Gotta go quick. Yeah, quick. We edit the ID. Didn't give me the ID yet. I don't know who switched to kit. Here it is. Okay, copy. Okay, I get the ID. Then I gotta tell. Then I copy that. I put it in the thing. Paste that. At least the ID is almost the same. Is that right? Hold on. The ID is almost the same. Okay, copy. Go to the thing for the server. Paste it in there. Almost the same. It's not the same though. It's not though. Okay, should be, the website should now be live. Should be now live on the website. Alright, we are live. We're starting Hayarigami. Oh, I wasn't even ready to start Hayarigami though. I just did the thing. Let me switch to Sweet Ghost. Guys, I'm not actually ready. We're playing Hayarigami in a second. Guys, I wasn't actually ready. I didn't set anything up. Guys, let's buy time. Pigeon detector. Let's buy time. Okay, guys, let's talk about Hayarigami and how much we like it. Hayarigami is a great game. If you don't know and you're just tuning in now, Hayarigami is like The Ring with David Duchovny from the X-Files, as the title says. Speaking of what happened last time, does anybody remember? Let me just start it up and we'll get playing. The llama. Hey Dingus, go smash that like button on the YouTubes. Yeah, you could try that. You never heard of Bug 2000? No, I never heard of Bug 2000. Or no, Bug 2000. This guy. This guy over here. Last time, so we're working on a case about this lady that's getting stalked. And, you know what? I keep meaning to put the last episode in Notebook before I go live instead of during while I'm live. But, I'm gonna do that again. Have it make, some videos again. Okay, so new Notebook. Add the last stream. Okay. Smash it. Hayarigi made my wife pregnant from it and brought me Aryan kids. For the 4. Okay, yeah. I think that, I mean, that might work, to be honest with you. That might work. Okay, so I'm going to put recap the stream for one request, right? And video and slide deck. Then I'm gonna say recap the Hayarigami case. I'm gonna do 2 different ones. Okay. Recap the plot of the Hayarigami case only. Okay, generate that. Wait, huh? The slide deck like immediately failed. The first one did. Second one didn't. Why? Delete that, I guess. Recapping the stream made it illegal. Recap the stream. No, slide deck failing again. Huh. Well, it's making the video. I don't know what. Maybe it's because there was the murderer, the Jack of Flowers guy. You think that has to do with it? Yeah, keep saying no. I wonder what's in. It won't let me generate a flashcard deck. Okay, recap the stream in a safe for work manner. Can you do it then? What's the problem here? Smash that like button. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna try one more time. Recap the Hayarigami case in a safe for work man. No, failed again. Huh. Well, whatever, I guess. Try one more time. What is up with it that makes it... I had to have them before. You know what I had before? When I tried to make a flashcard about the potential piss generator. It kept saying no every time. Just like that. Oh yeah. Well, it's gotta be something in the episode though. The video's working though. The videos will be done. It's gonna take a while. So anyway, after this song I'll turn the thing on. Man, what the fuck? How come I can't do that? Did I say something so bad in the last episode that it has to be in the thing and that's edit? What did I do? What happened last episode of Hayarigami that's so bad? Hayarigami is so good that the guy that made the word good felt ashamed of what he did. I think that... I think it's pretty good, actually. Oh, hold on. This isn't the right one. Oh, I had... Where is it now? Oh. There's a new version. I guess this crashed and I lost it or something. I have a new version of I had a new version of the Soy thing installed. But I don't know where I put it. Here? Is it? Yeah, I found it. You guys remember this BB Jess song? Turn it up.
Every click, yeah, I keep in touch. You go quiet, I go loud. Say it once, I draw a crowd. You can't hide from BBJs. No, it's nothing, don't stress. It's just me and your tabs again. Just a friend, just a friend.
Hayarigami is so good that all the cool kid that sits in the back of the bus don't play it because it's too much for them, like staring at the sun. I said, did you guys ever stare into the sun? You guys ever stare into the sun? I did it a couple times. Anybody ever stare directly into the sun? I did it a couple times. You ever try to look directly in the sun? They always tell you don't do it, so of course I did it. Of course, eventually I had to do it. Obviously. Alright, after this song, it's live. I know I said it a second ago, but now I'm actually have it set up. Now I actually have it set up. I'll prove it. I'll prove it to you that I have the stream set up this time. Hold on. Look, there you go. Lock it so I can fix it. Okay, hold on. What's it? Well, how come it's off a little bit? Oh, there we go. I found it. Thing is it this?
Say goodbye, I'll say it too, but I won't stop watching you. Yeah, they think it's a joke. You can't hide from BBJs. No escape, no rest. Every click, every breath. Little ghost inside your headset. You can't hide from BBJs. Say your name, no regrets. When you hear me in your room, it's too late to disconnect.
Did you think there's a Kokori-san in this case? I mean, in this game? Hayarigami, so good the sun stares at it. To feel something, right? To feel alive, it stares at that. Okay, but no, stop. No more music, thank you. Oof, no more music. We got Hayarigamis to play. Gotta play Hayarigamis now. Okay, hold on. What do I put it like this? And then it is time to unravel the mystery we've been working on for a couple weeks now, I think. Right? We've been working on this a little while. Let's load it and see where we are. I think we're more than halfway done. So we're most of the way through the case. Ah, the guy died. Oh yeah. Okay. Alright, I remember now. I gotta pull up the guide. I'm gonna have to have the guide. I mean, the walkthrough thing for what we gotta do later. I'm gonna have to have that up too. You guys remember what happened? You remember how we got here? The dead guy in front of us? I'll explain it in a second. Okay, so we've been working this stalking case, right? And, so there was this weird guy. Here, let's pull up the thing. So good, it got adopted to a game before the whole Bible. True, true. Ah, look at that! Bro! Hold on, lock that. Bro! They put the flower in his eye now. Put the flower in his eye. Okay, so what happened, so good, water, drink it for a source of life. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Hold on, you see this? Okay, so what we learned about, so we started this case looking into what we thought was what? What did we think this case was? It was, a stalker. It was just a stalker, but it turns out it's a much bigger case, right? We thought this my girl came to us and said, hey, hey guys, I've been getting stalked and I have this weird dream, and in the dream I get murdered, and the dream almost came real, and then I ran away, and then I have this stalker that's writing me all these letters. Look at this. And then when I got home, when I'm running away from the dream that was gonna kill me, I thought I saw on my door in red writing, don't go against the dream, is what it said. So it seemed like it all had to do with that kind of thing, right? But the more we've learned, there's something else going on. There's something else going on here. Because there was this weird guy that would go up to her and ask her questions, right? But it turns out there's this old case from, what is it, 14 years ago, called the Jack of Flowers. It was a guy that had left he had murdered 6 people, and the last victim was Mai's twin cousin, Wakana. So it turns out this guy that was like a weirdo that we thought maybe was a suspect for the stalking, it turns out he was still working that case. He was still trying to find who the Jack of Flowers was, because Mai was the last and only eyewitness to the Jack of Flowers ever. And now we go to check on him, and he's dead, right? The Jack of Flowers got him. Was he too close? We looked at the old Jack of Flowers case to try to learn anything, right? You can see that here, Jack of Flowers case. Oh, dude, look. The picture we're looking at right now is underneath, look. You see? Hold on. It's right there. Was it there before? This picture was. That was his apartment when we first broke in. He had all those like wards and stuff on, which made me think that he thought, which makes me think he thinks the Jack of Flowers has like some kind of supernatural element to him. Is all you see all those like pieces of paper around the room? Let me lock this in. Those were talismans saying like, you know, no evil spirits, that kind of thing. That's what those are. Those are like talismans. They're not like the one seen with Charlie and Always Sunny. They're like his theory things. That's not what they are. They're talismans. So that must mean he thinks the Jack of Flowers has some kind of like spiritual connection, or like he's a ghost or something. But he was real enough to kill him, huh? And the wards didn't work. What else is important that we cover right now before we get into this? Well, also I think a big part of the case that I think Hayarigami is so cool, Eskimos will use it to chill off. What else is important that you guys know? Oh yeah, my biggest suspicion is that Mai is not Mai. I don't think Mai is Mai. I think Mai is Kanawa. Is Wakana. Whatever her name is. I always mess up her name. Wakana. I think Mai is Wakana. Why? Why do I think Mai is Wakana? Well, there's a couple things that suggest that to me. When she meets her old childhood friend, he calls her Ta-kun. His name is Taichi. Right? His name is Taichi. She calls him Ta-kun. And he gets confused when she calls him that. And we think like, oh, do they not really know each other? And then she does recognize him eventually and calls him Ta-kun. And then, you know, he's like kind of confused by that, taken back by that. He says, only Wakana used to call me that. And then there's also this weird stuffed bear she has on the shelf, which I think he gave to Wakana for her birthday. But when he asks about it, she goes, you gave it to me for my birthday. But I think he actually gave it to her. The other thing was the stalker sent a letter. The stalker sent a letter saying, like something like bathed in blood, just like a pet, like a dog, a cat, a bird, like your pet bird that you had that died, and he buried it, and you had a funeral for it. Do you remember? He said the letter said all that, which is one of my first clue that maybe she's not who she says she is, because she was like, that didn't happen to me. And then I'm like, well, either the stalker's wrong, right, or cold reading bad, or that's true, but not about her. And her mother and her mother's younger sister were identical twins, and one married this guy, right, her dad, and the other married this guy. The younger sister married this guy. The younger sister is dead. Now, the older sister is in the hospital, and she's apparently been in the hospital like for a long time. And I don't know if it's the same condition, right? I used to suspect maybe the same condition also killed another cousin, right? Whatever it is. But now we know it killed her. A murderer did. My main suspect now is so hot that the kitchen itself get out of it. The kitchen. I need to get out of Hayarigami. I am a kitchen. I am a anthropomorphized kitchen, but this room is too hot. You can't stand the heat. Stay out of the kitchen. I can't stand the heat that I'm in now, and I'm the kitchen. This Hayarigami is too hot. I have to leave. Yeah, that's funny. So old. Joe Biden was his younger brother. Now we're just calling it old. So my biggest suspect right now is actually her father. Now I don't know if I want to say that, because what if I'm right and I'm like telling you guys the secret already? I don't mean to, but my suspicion is the father. Why? Like, maybe I should keep this a secret. Maybe I shouldn't tell you guys that. But I think it's already in the VODs. I've already said it. My suspicion is the father, for a couple of reasons. I think he's the Jack of Flowers killer. Why? Well, one, when we first started investigating the stalker thing, he showed up. He's like, I want you guys to get out of here. I'm a politician. I'm a politician. I want you to be done with that. Okay, so we're like, yeah, okay. Sure, whatever. But we didn't stop, right? We didn't listen to him. We're just like, okay, whatever. And he seemed kind of like a jerk. That's one part. And another part, the commie lady, Kamozumi down here, she did a profile on him. And she said, well, he doesn't really... Kagome is her first name, Sabina Inuyasha. 5 steps... What is it? 7 steps to... However many steps to Kevin Bacon? 7 steps to Inuyasha. All anime characters can be connected to Inuyasha. Her name's Kagome. 1 step. 1 step to Inuyasha. 1 step to Inuyasha. I bet if we use her actual, like her, the manga artist, I bet you connect everything to her. I bet you really could do that. Because if you connect if you use any of her work, like Rama, I bet you connect anything to it. But I think Inuyasha would be fun, a little bit harder to do. So I think do that one. Anyway, Kagome is her first name. Kamuizumi is her last name. She had put forth a profile. And what is the profile? Well, because all the murders took place like either late at night, in the morning, or if it was in the daytime, it was on the weekend. It seemed like he has a daytime job, right? Like he has a job. That's yet another suspicious thing. One more thing. We called the old police station that this guy's from when we found out he was a cop. And we asked him about him working the case, and he had a theory that the suspect was somebody else than everybody else was looking at. And he wanted to pursue it. And then they got pressure from a councilman to drop the case. What councilman? This guy. He wanted the case into the Jack of Flowers thing dropped. Now maybe he wanted it so they would leave his daughter alone, maybe you could say. I don't know about that, but kind of weird, no? Hayarigami, so fat and has more chins than Chinatown. Okay. Okay. Alright. So who's this raincoat guy? Well, in her testimony... Now, her testimony was never given by her. It was given by her father. In her testimony, given by her father, Mai was late to the park to see her cousin. And so she sneaks through like this shortcut, and when she comes out, she sees this man in a raincoat stabbing her cousin and killing her. And then she just like slumps down in shock, I think is the thing. And then somebody finds... But the weird thing is, okay, the whole trademark of this killer was, one, that he used this knife, right? That he had this knife that he used. And 2, that he put a flower in their eye after they were dead. Right? Like that. He put a flower in their eye, like neatly. He rips out their eyeball from the socket and then puts a flower in it. Now, the weird thing, though, was even though Wakana, whatever her name is, was the last victim, she didn't have a flower in her eye. But it was assumed that it was the same guy because the knife, forensics identified the knife is the same. They still think it's the same guy. Now, are we sure? Well, I don't know. I guess it could be somebody else, but the thing is, her eye wasn't removed. So I don't know what that means. But if it's her dad, maybe that explains it. Now, also, the cops assumed that he didn't see Mai, and so that's why she didn't get killed or something. But that doesn't explain why Wakana, her eye wasn't taken out, right? It doesn't explain that. Because if he didn't notice her, then why didn't he have time to, like, why didn't he take her eye out? That kind of part doesn't really make sense. There's still an open question there for me. I don't quite know. I mean, it does make sense maybe if it's his daughter, right? And but why'd he murder his daughter? That's the part I don't get in that whole thing. Hayarigami had so much black sores, okay, on his skin. When he removed them all, he turned to Michael Jackson. Okay. 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 So you guys following what we got here so far? And then the cop turns out, we go to his apartment, he's been murdered. Why? Well, because he probably got too close, right? That's what we're assuming now. And I can start reading this to you. But, he probably got too close. He probably almost caught him. Probably almost got the guy. He's got wounds all over his body that you could assume to be a sharp knife. And the left eye has been gouged out. In its place, a singular flower. So, does the Jack of Flowers come back? I got a bad feeling of it. I got a slight sense of discomfort now. Well, of course, it's a dead body. Dead body? You don't think you'd be a little bit uncomfortable seeing a dead-ass body? You know? I think that's normal, bro. Maybe that's just my imagination, though. So, time of death most likely last night or today. See. Well, that's... Does she have the skills to do that, the commie lady? Does she have the skills to give us the time of death? I guess we're saying that, right? Time of, well, he sure got that souvenir he wanted to bring. So he wanted to bring, he sure got that gift he wanted to bring. That's in reference to, we were talking about him, right? And we were saying that he wanted to bring the case back to work so he could get a promotion again, because he had left the force in disgrace, kind of, right? Like, it wasn't really disgrace, but when he got pushed to close the case, he said no, and he kept working it, and he quit. And so he, of course, planned to go back with this as a, you know, as a souvenir, as a gift, the token. The lieutenant, that would be Kamuizumi. She has her arms crossed as she looks down on the body. As a present. Oh wait, in this case, wait, we mean that we don't mean that one. We mean she means he took a souvenir, she means his eyeball. My bad. She means his eyeball. But that's what we're saying now. I didn't means his eyeball. This music sounds like Fallout. The music that's on Fallout, if you're not on the radio on Fallout 1 and 2, the kind of like background music that's there, it sounds like that. A lot of people I don't think even know that exists. Like, there's a soundtrack. It sounds like this kind of. Must be in the eyeball. I look around the room with a flashlight. I don't see it anywhere. Souvenirs the eyeball. Hayarigami. So is so great. The ocean Peas in him. Okay. Okay. Peas in it? Okay. Sure. The ocean's so great. The Hayarigami is so great, the ocean peas in it. His right eye is left open like it's trying to say something. He was trying to convey something. Oh yeah, man. And on the other side, the emptiness. Filled with pus. If there's dried blood already from the coming from the hole. And you can see almost looks like tears pleading for regret. His blood, his dried blood on his face. The inspector pulls out her cell phone. She contacts the local precinct as well as headquarters. Patrol cars are already coming. I'm sure they're gonna search this place. I sure like to search the room, but since there's a scene of a murder, I'm hesitant to actually touch anything. But there could be some kind of clue here, right? I look around the room everywhere. What's that? What's that, Chief? Huh? You know what's funny, guys? Riot said this whole time, up until like yesterday, the other day, she thought we were Kagure. She thought the main character was Kagure, which is pretty funny. Pretty funny. Can you imagine being Kagure? Anyway. What's this, Chief? He feels the same way I do. What in the world, Chief? So we're both like looking around the room for something. I mean, the room looks insane, right? The room looks insane. I was taken aback by the body, so I didn't really look up at the room yet. When I look again, it's quite a peculiar sight, isn't it? You've got cardboard over the windows. The light doesn't come in. Duct tape. Even stranger still is all the talismans on the walls. It looks like talismans. The paper stuck on the wall looks like talisman. They say all kinds of things written in black, like evil spirit dispersal. And the second one's the same kind of thing. Banish spirits, banish demons. You know what I mean? They don't look too old. You must have put them up recently. What's the tube in the back? Is that a vacuum? Even the door that Kagure broke has talisman stuck on it. Stuck on the inside. And then I say, see. I'm saying what I feel. Let's see. It looks like he really. It looks like It looks like a demon ward. It looks like a temple. It seems like somebody was cursed. I think somebody might have been. I think somebody was cursed. What are we? What are we supposed to say? I think somebody was maybe a little cursed. this. Okay. I find where we are on this thing. We already did that. Okay, we're just supposed to say the first one. Looks like a curse. Calm down, music. It's hyping up. Relax, bro. Just say the first one. Looks like a curse. Yeah, looks like talent. Looks like a curse. Looks like wards. Hold on. Lock the thing in place. I think I need to, yeah, do that. So great, the ocean. I wonder if the like stuff really helps Geo. I know people watching it does. It might. I have no idea. I know people push the like I'm trying to get people to do it. I just have no idea it actually ever helps. And as I say that, Kamo Izumi kind of snorts like I'm an idiot. She's been looking at me the whole time with a stern expression on. Looks at me like I'm an idiot. She can relax, okay? The lady's real judgy, considering she just got transferred. Like, she's the amateur here, okay? We've dealt with spooky stuff before. This lady, this is her first time, really. I hesitated to say anything more, and I stayed silent, but I don't think I was wrong. I mean, clearly, you're not wrong. I don't know if it was an evil spirit or a demon he was scared of, but there was something that he was scared of, that the owner of this room was horrified of and didn't want to get in. That much I can tell. Yeah, whether or not it's real, whatever, right? But clearly, even I'm not even really a believer in that kind of thing, but the strangeness of this room gave me a shiver. Well, you'd think maybe the neighbor might notice something. Might notice something. No way. No way. Nobody could, it's impossible to, I mean, it's, how would they imagine somebody dying next door like this? Now that you mention it, back when I was in detective school, I heard a story like this. I heard a story like this back in when I was going to police academy. Apparently, they had the smell of soup from next door, even though it wasn't a ramen shop. And it kept getting stronger. Whoa, look at Kagure. It kept getting stronger and stronger. Of ramen noodle soup, like a broth. And apparently, when the landlord actually went to check out the next door, the guy had died in his bathtub. He was stewing in there. Ugh. That's the story, anyway. That's gross. It's gross. While we were talking, I noticed the rotten smell in the room. Kagure notices it too and takes out a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose. Hayarigami is so great, the zodiacs are asked on which Hayarigami they were born in. Yeah. They asked which Hayarigami case they associate with the most. They read their fortunes by which Hayarigami case they like. Which Hayarigami case their personality matches. Are you like the Oni case? Or the Kokori-san case? Or the prophetic dream case in this case. What was the first one called? Hold on, what was the one before this one called? This game was the the Ankoku-ten, the goddess of misfortune. Well, clearly the inspector has no interest in what we're talking about. She turns her back to us. But I feel like I might have seen something. I look in the back of the room. What I noticed, apparently, at the same time, Lieutenant noticed it too. We both pointed to at the same time. So she's like turning away, but we both noticed something right in the back of the room and we point to it. It's a notebook. The notebook. Oh, remember we want the case. He was working the Jack of Flowers case, right? And he took everything, all of his notes with him. Oh. Her face said to look at it, right? That she wanted to look at it. So what do we do? Well, we gotta look at it. Let's just look a little bit. Sneakily take it. Don't touch it. No, let's look. Definitely look, I think. We gotta know. We gotta take a glance. I take. Scam card. Check out the scam board. Get cards. Get scammed. We're making some significant changes to the scam board soon. Sorry, the scam board pool, not the scam board itself. But we'll talk about that later. Taking a white glove out of my pocket, I carefully open it. Let's see. Well, it has to do with the Jack of Flowers case, like I thought. So, here's the thing. Nogami, that's his name, right? Nogami. Nogami, since he left the police force, since he quit, he's still been looking into the case on his own. He had been. True. So, here's the thing. He had a different suspect, and that's what I want to know. That's what I want to know about. That's what I want to know about. That says like we still don't have a suspect. Some kind of newspaper clipping. It says we still don't have a suspect, or it's about to. It says not yet suspect clue, and then it doesn't say. But I assume it says doesn't have or something after that. Hayarigami is so black the black holes hide in him. So, there's even newspaper clippings mixed in. There's also there's newspaper clippings that seem unrelated at first glance about animals being killed. But wait a second. He's looking for his pattern, right? He's looking... Oh yeah, now you mention it. There was a lot of strange incidences at the time. Kagure says. Like he remembers something. Huh. So wait a second, the guy was killing animals too? But the Jack of Flowers incident was what everybody was focused on, so it didn't really get featured in the magazines or the newspapers too much. Why is this note in here? That must mean that Nogami thought it was connected to the Jack of Flowers case. Chief, look at this. As soon as it changed the page, Kagure's face, the color leaves his face. And I look, there's something that looks like a map. But I know the name of the apartment building. The handwritten map, and no doubt about it, that apartment building is where Mai lives. So we know he stalked the place out. Hey Shinny, Hayarigami is so basic, it makes basic bitches feel like it's mayonnaise. Okay. Mayonnaise. Okay, so there's a sketch. Here that goes to like the entrance. And underneath it, the date and time and actions of the day. Is it her? Am I? Wait, hold on. 9:02 begin work. 11:17, 12:09. Goes out. 20:01 work done. That's what it. Stuff like that. Could this be a this is most likely a record of Mai's actions, right? So wait a second. Were the letters from him? The stalker letters, were they from the cop? Or what? Okay, did the robot finish making the video, the summary videos? Let me see. Oops, that's the wrong thing. It did. Okay. Alright, let's watch those. Let's watch one of these real quick. Turn this. Let's pause this. Watch this real quick. See what it summarizes. Lock in place. That's not the lock. Lock in place. Flip back around. Actually, not like that. Yeah, let's watch one. I don't know how much it's gonna have, but it definitely might help a little bit. Okay. Definitely might help to recap on this real quick.
Look at this setup. A lone fortune teller's table under a flickering street lamp on a dark Tokyo street corner. This is where we find two police detectives, Kagura, a passionate investigator,
Kagure.
and Kamoizumi, a strict, analytical rationalist, sitting on a seemingly routine stakeout. They are watching over Mai Miyamoto. She reads fortunes on the street, but lately, someone has been tracking her every move, recording her daily routines with alarming precision.
Yeah.
The case centers on two pieces of physical evidence recovered from her workspace: a covert electronic wiretap planted directly under her table, and a crude handwritten letter that specifically mentions making a grave for her dead pet bird. The wiretap proves the stalker has physical access to Mai's life.
Nice.
Yet when the detectives ask Mai about the letter, she is completely confused.
Hayarigami, so powerful and white, he had a picture of Jeffrey Epstein in a dress in his living room.
She has never owned a pet bird.
Right.
To find where those memories are coming from, Kagura and Kamoizumi interview Mai's uncle, Soga. He manages the building she lives in, and he carries a heavy grief that the official police reports gloss over. Exactly 10 years ago, Soga's daughter,
where the heck is
twin cousin Wakana, was brutally stabbed to death in a local public park.
Yeah.
Mai and Wakana were supposed to meet there to play. Mai arrived late and cut through the trees and witnessed a man in a black raincoat attacking her cousin. The shock triggered trauma-induced amnesia, leaving her unable to recall the killer's face. The modern stalker is pulling on the threads of that decade-old murder. Solving the harassment case now requires unraveling a cold case the police department has spent 10 years trying to ignore. They pull sealed archives on a notorious case from 14 years ago, the Jack of Flowers. Over 4 years, this serial killer claimed 6 victims, seemingly chosen at random. For his first 5 victims,
you see the old lady?
Gouged out a single eyeball, and he stabbed them, gouged out at random.
You see the old lady
For his
there?
first 5 victims, he stabbed them, gouged out a single eyeball, and placed a flower in the empty socket. But the 6th victim, Wakana, had her eyes left completely untouched.
True.
The signature flower was simply discarded on the ground nearby.
Do people read
the
front?
investigation record is full of holes.
Do people read front like that in the streets of Japan?
In the hospital. Instead,
oh, you mean the fortune-telling thing? Generally, I don't think that's a normal thing, though. She's a weirdo, kinda. I think there might be, on busier streets, it might be a bit more normal, like in certain places. But where she's doing it, we watched her. There's nobody else really going down the street. It doesn't seem like it's that normal, no. I assume some places they do it, but not regularly, no.
Father, a powerful politician named Atsushi, provided a fabricated eyewitness testimony and pressured the department to shut down the task force.
Well, hold on, fabricated. I'm not going that far. The thing is, he is the dad is the one that tells the cops Mai's testimony. We don't really... Nobody knows what Mai's story really is because the cops weren't able to talk to her.
This combination of a broken ritual and political interference suggests Wakana's death was a botched execution, protected by the very authorities meant to solve it. Cracks are appearing in Mai's identity. A childhood friend visits her street table, calling her Takan, a nickname that only Wakana
didn't visit her
used.
table.
Yet
It saw him in the
Mai
apartment.
responds to it instinctively. Then there is the stuffed bear Mai keeps on her shelf.
Bear too, yeah.
Her friend recognizes it immediately, but remembers distinctly gifting that bear to Wakana.
Well, we're not clear
Mai.
on that either. Hold on. He looks at it weird, and he remembers it, and it's all kind of weird. We're not sure that he remembers giving it to Wakana, but it is kind of implied
Track
that
these discrepancies side by side.
Yeah.
The nickname, the bear, and the dead bird from the stalker's letter.
Yeah, those are the
As
pieces.
we see here, all of these details belong to Wakana's history, but they are now living in Mai's life.
Yeah,
This
why?
swap was only possible because of
So
a
she's a
genetic fluke.
psycho? Well,
Mai
she says she does it to try to remember her twin cousin because when she was a kid, she used to tell the fortunes to her cousin, and they would come true and yada yada. She would tell it to her cousin and Ta-kun. And another reason she does it is because she thinks maybe if she sees the murderer again, she'll remember him because she doesn't remember. I disconnected. No. Huh. Well, is the YouTube still up? Hopefully. It did. Everything disconnected for a minute, it looks like. Hopefully the YouTube didn't break. Let me check, hold on. Hide this. Quick. Is the YouTube still up? Everything broke for a second. Fix the YouTube, or it looks fine. Okay, sorry about that.
and Wakana's mothers were identical twins, making the cousins indistinguishable.
Yeah.
At the crime scene, the first witness couldn't identify the body until
Also
the survivor whispered a name. By the time she reached the hospital, her father's political intervention ensured no police officer ever questioned if the girl in the bed was actually the daughter he
I don't know.
claimed she was. Recontextualized, the stalking case looks very different. The target isn't an innocent fortune teller. The stalker is hunting the person who was supposed to die in that park 10 years ago. The suspect pool narrows down to one name, Nogami Kazushi. 10 years ago, he was the elite detective leading the original Jack of Flowers task force.
That's the guy we just found dead.
Nogami realized the politician was covering up the truth. When he refused to drop the case, his own department silenced him, forcing him to take the fall for the failed investigation and resign in disgrace. For a decade, Nogami has run a desperate, unsanctioned investigation from the shadows. He stalked the survivor because she was his only lead to the real killer. Realizing Nogami holds the evidence, Kagura and Komoizumi rush to his address. We move down the dark hallway of a dilapidated tenement building.
Ooh.
Suddenly, a strange odor hits the air. Kagura throws his weight into the rotting wooden door, splintering it completely off its hinges. He stumbles forward, catching his balance on the tatami mat. As he slowly pulls his hands up from the floor, he realizes his palms are completely coated in thick, fresh blood.
That's true.
The detective won't be providing any more leads. Nogami lies dead on the floor. The jack of
Well, he wasn't dead
flowers
on the
has moved
floor.
from
He
the
was
archives
like leaning. You saw the picture. What did he look like?
back into the present day. By murdering the detective, the killer has officially begun clearing the path toward his final witness.
Yeah? What's going to happen next? We'll find out soon, I guess, huh? Alright, let me put the game back. That was pretty interesting. Covered a couple things I forgot. One or two details I forgot there. One or two details I forgot there. Do I still have the audio on? I think so, right? No, I don't. Okay. Well, there is music. There is sounds. Okay. Well, I think we know the true identity of our stalker now. As I say that, Lieutenant nods as well. We hear the sirens of the patrol cars getting closer. I guess that's as much as we're gonna get a look at today. I put the note back. Because of Gugure's urging, we run out of here. That's as far as enough as we're gonna be able to take care of today. I look at the body one last time with the flashlight before I leave. This is wild, a little bit. Does a flower nourished by blood represent mourning to the dead? Okay, so if he was the stalker, then what does that mean? If he was the stalker, what does that mean? What does that mean? So the stalking case is done, right? We figured out it was him. But then it's kind of confusing, right? But then that was a bigger situation. So we went to the local precinct to explain the situation. We weren't let go until nighttime. And so the three of us went to go visit Mai on foot. So, what happened today? She brings us her left hand with in the left hand is a saucer. The right hand's a cup. She tips her head, standing there in an elegant manner. So now we gotta tell her what happened. Kamoizumi opens her mouth without even touching the tea she had made. Well, she brewed that for us, and well, Nogami Kazushi is dead. Killed. Nogami? She doesn't quite understand what we're saying, right? Of course. He didn't know his name. Yeah, she didn't know his name, is the thing. We didn't catch him. You'd hear her flicking her tongue a little bit. Like crap or something? Or... I wonder if she's still suspicious of Mai, even still. Where? When I tell her that Mr. Nogami is the customer that came to her the other night, she's surprised. She drops the saucer in the tea. Or no, sorry, the tea spills from the saucer. I'm sorry for surprising you. She's clearly upset as she wipes the table. Well, of course you're surprised, ma'am. Or no, she goes, sorry, I was shocked. She goes, she spills it. No, of course you're surprised. Of course. Imagine. I mean, now we're face to face with a corpse. True. We can't reveal the details, but there's no doubt about it. He was murdered. I said that trying to get Kagure under control. No matter how much the stalker, even if a stalker was targeting you, you probably don't want to hear that he was killed. Yeah, I mean, it is probably the stalker. In a way, he is the stalker, right? Because we looked at the letters. They did seem like they were just recording, like, her movements and stuff. I guess he was mailing them to her. That's kind of weird, though. It's kind of weird, though. I did tell her about the strangeness of Nogami's room. She listened. She listened, even though the colors left her face. She had a pale expression, but then she timidly opens her mouth eventually. Murder? Who did it? We don't know yet. We don't know yet. But sure, it would be helpful if you could see the future in your dreams. Inspector says that, like, coldly then, right? Like, coldly then. Sure, it'd be nice if you could see the future in your dreams, huh? Dang, okay. She drops her head at the inspector's challenging, at her challenge. Sorry, yeah. Just joking. No need to worry about it. She's not just joking, she's picking on her, right? But anyway, Mai, it looks like your stalker is gone now. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Kali Kakure was trying to cheer her up. She does seem to smile after a bit. Thank you for everything. Well, for now, right? Yeah, for now. She still looks unsatisfied. Me too. After we're leaving on the way home, I'm walking alone at night. And trying to put everything together in my head again. Oh, a self-question. Nice. Okay. Okay. So what have we learned from any of this? Down the side so I can see it. Okay. Let's put this stalker case. Let's sort this stalker case out, right? According to what Mai said, the first premonition came months ago, a couple months ago, when she first felt somebody watching her. She said, she noticed a strange, like a shadow following her. Okay. She felt like someone was watching her, then a couple days later she felt like she saw a shadow of someone following her. And then she started getting the strange letters, right? And then the writing on the door, then the dead cats, and then the listening device. What among those was impossible? Was anything among those impossible for Nogami Kazushi to do? I think there was something impossible. There was something impossible out of those. Maybe it's just my opinion, but I don't think Nogami did all those. I don't think so either. What were all the things? Hold on. I don't know if he did the dead cat or like the threatening thing on the door. The listening device, okay. The letters, okay. He could have done those two. The letters and the listening device. I don't think he did the blood on the door or the dead cats. Maybe it's just my intuition, but I don't think he could have done all that. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think so either. So, was there somebody else, the stalker, besides him? Was the stalker someone else? Was there somebody else besides him that was a stalker? We can say the letters are him, I think. We can't say the letters were him. But we don't have any evidence to determine that, right? To substantiate that. But because there are other people involved is why we're in the situation we're in now. I think we gotta keep checking it out to find the answer. Yeah, I don't think it's resolved yet, right? There's definitely at least one more person involved. And what was up with the tape? When we looked at the tape, okay, so like one time she came outside and she said there were dead cats at her door, right? And she freaked out and she fell down, and then the guy came up and her uncle came up, Uncle Soga came up and started cleaning up the cats, and she went back inside. The weird thing there was that she knew it was on the door. She knew the message on the door, even though she never went outside. And two, we went to talk to Soga and we asked to see the tapes, and we watched the tapes. And in the tapes, while we were watching them, there's this weird part where the tape goes, like right before where it would have been, it goes all like fuzzy, like noise, and then there's a woman laughing, and then it's like you can't make anything out, and then it comes back, and then after it comes back, Soga's already down there cleaning up the cats. So it's like, what the hell is that? Who did that? What's that connected to? Why is that a thing? Is that, are we just supposed to say it's a ghost? Is it just a ghost? We haven't even picked a path yet, supernatural or occult, or sorry, or science. So I don't know what that means. I don't think all of the crimes are committed by Nogami. I agree. I don't think so. What's my reason for that? Or what reason did he have for doing any of them? To restore my memories. To implant memories? Or to entrap memories? To confine her memories? 1 is restore her memories, 2 is to confine her memories, 3 is to get her to marry him. Huh? Huh? To restore her memories, I think, would be why. Restore her memories, because he was working the case, right? Not to marry him. But you know, maybe. You know, maybe. So why did he pretend... Nogami pretended to be a customer of hers. Why? Well, what did he say at that time? He said, "Can I ask you about your childhood?" Oh, tell me a story about your childhood. Tell me about the saddest thing that ever happened to you. He was trying to get her to remember the Jack of Flower incident. That is what he said. He was asking stuff like that. He was like, what happened? Well, tell me about your childhood. Tell me what. Give me a fortune about... Yeah, that's true. He was asking about her childhood, and then like the saddest thing. It didn't really make sense at the time, right? Why he would be saying that, but now it does, yeah. Because he was trying to jog her memory. He was trying to get her to say something. Okay, so that must have been why he was following. Why Nogami was following Mai. Let's rethink about Nogami then. Do we think everything that happened, the whole stalker incident, can we assume that it was all caused by him? We can't assume the whole thing was him. It wasn't all him. It was all him. Hold on. Not all the stalking was him. It's a little confusing. Hold on. How to put it? All the stalking incidents, so to speak, are committed by him. All of them are not committed by him, are committed by him. He's not he's not the culprit. There was a difference between the first one and the third one. Because they're both saying the difference is they're almost the same. So the stalker incident is you can't say he did them all, right? Second one, he did do them all. Third one, he's not the culprit of all of them. Huh? What are we supposed to pick? The first one. We can't say he did them all. Okay. Well, I don't think he did do them all. That's what the evidence is suggesting anyways. I still don't quite get the difference between the first one and the third one, though. The stalker incidents, we can't say that he did them all. He did them all. He didn't do them all. The difference between the first and the third is one's saying we can't say he did them all, and the third one is saying he didn't do them all. For the first one. Kind of weird. But okay, I guess those are different. So we know it's true that he was watching her secretly from the shadows, right? We can say that was Nogami. But it doesn't mean he did all of the things. Like the writing, the cat, the listening device, and the letters, we don't have any proof he did those. Yeah, I guess. The letters kind of imply it could be him, but we have no proof of any of that being him. Yeah. Also, I feel uncomfortable if that is him. It doesn't really fit. That would be, oh, the cat, right? I don't think he did the cat. Or the blood writing. I guess let's go with the blood writing, which that includes the cat, kinda. Oh, what they actually said. That's what we're saying again. Close your eyes, stuff your ears. Don't remember what happened in the past. Spirits of the past. I'm always watching you. Don't go against the dreams. That'd be weird if he said those things. Sure. It doesn't quite fit with him just trying to remember stuff, right? Sounds like he doesn't want Mai to remember. But Nogami was trying to get her to remember. Sounds like threatening letters, right? I mean, it sounds like threatening her. It seemed like they were writing those things and writing the letters and the dead cats. All that was just to shock her, to give her a psychological shock. Turn it down a little bit. So, if anything, it's the opposite. The shock would maybe seal away your memories. They'd be pressure to try to get her to seal away your memories, not to remember them. Like, sure, it's possible it'd be some kind of rough therapy to try to get her to remember it through shock, but it's more likely they're trying to get her to not remember. So, if that's the case, Stalker is someone else, or Nogami was a schizophrenic. Is that what I'm supposed to say? I'm supposed to say Nogami was a schizophrenic? That's what the robot wants. I mean, not the robot, the guide says. Okay. Alright, if you say so. Now, people with schizophrenia have delusions. Suffer from many delusions, they say. So what if Nogami did suffer? Let's say Nogami did suffer from such a thing. Just for the experiment. Just for the thought experiment. Yeah, okay, I guess that's possible, right? I guess that's possible. Then maybe it's possible that he thought she did things she didn't do. He made false allegations. He imagined them. Problem is he's dead now, so we can't check that out. And he was murdered. Furthermore, his eye was taken out and a flower was put in, which suggests that he had to be murdered by a third party because the flower was stuck in his eye socket, right? So he didn't kill himself for sure. His eye was pulled out and the flower was put in. So then, do we think then that the Jack of Flowers case and this case are the same? Is the same culprit? We don't know it's the same. It's clearly the same. It could be somebody else. I think we don't know, right? We don't know. I mean, it is similar, but it could be a copycat, right? It could be a copycat. Yeah, it's too early to make that judgment. It's possible from the pattern, right? But it could be a copycat. Yeah, it definitely could be a copycat, especially if somebody wanted to kill this guy and make us think it was him. But what would be the point of a copycat? It's hard to see how that would benefit anyone. Also, what about that note that was at the crime scene? Also, what about that notebook we found at the crime scene? Maybe there were things written in that book that would be inconvenient if they were seen for someone. And maybe that's why he was killed. Yeah, maybe. Right? It's possible. Maybe like he deduced before, he had important information written down that would allow him to return to the police force? Is that possible? Yeah, it's possible. No, it's not possible. It's possible. It is possible. We won't know for sure until we see the results from the forensics investigation, but Nogami was a former detective. It had been years since he quit, and you think about it, there definitely might be some useful information in there. Now the only question left is if that's what happened. Why was the notebook left there? But maybe we arrived and they weren't expecting that. That's another explanation. Were they in there? Like, are they just left? I mean, it could be. They heard us like coming down the alley or something. Yeah, it could be. Also, they might have just only torn out the important pages. And then maybe the only option was they had to panic and maybe they're panicking and fleeing. Wait a second. Wait a second. There is something about his murder that bothers me. That is that his body had wounds all over, the taken out eyeball, the stuck in flower. The stuck in flower? Oh. In the old incidences, all the flowers were inserted neatly and straight. Looked like they had been measured with a ruler. Right. This time it was just like jammed in there. But today this one was inserted slothfully. It was just like stuck in the socket, yeah. Maybe it's just my imagination though, but it seems peculiar to me. And I don't have any evidence to base this on, but it's possible that they were, but it's very possible they're not the same person, right? Still, who killed them is a mystery. It is a mystery. In other words, we still have to figure out the Jack of Flowers case. Alright, back at records and collections. Lieutenant Kamo Izumi throws her jacket on the chair, and 2 or 3 of the documents fall off the desk onto the floor. She lets out a sigh and goes to pick them up. What was that noise? Okay, hold on. So wait a second. So Kagure got up, wandered around like a boat, like a big boat, and then noticed what she was doing. Kamo Izumi rolls up one of the papers and whacks him on the cheek with it. Why though? Why is she doing that? Ah! Oh, okay. So he was like sleeping or something. So she knocks over all her stuff. Rolls up as she's getting all the paper back up. She rolls one of them up and whacks him in the face. So she had noticed Kagure is what that part means. I don't quite get the boat thing. The Utsura boat. I don't quite understand. Oh, but Utsura means that he's nodding off, right? I don't quite know what the boat part means, though. I get that. Hold on. Yoko, can you help me out with this boat thing? What is this boat thing? Oh, is he going off to, like, sleep? He's dozing off to sleep? Is that what it means? Hold on, sorry. Yoko, can you help me out with this? What does this mean? Hold on, what is this? That's not the word? It is? Right? But that's, huh? The lookup isn't right. Hold on. How is the lookup so wrong? Yoko, how come how are you looking out like the wrong word? Oh, I broke it. You see that? I broke it somehow. Yeah, I broke the thing. I broke the capture thing. I double clicked it so it got really big and then it broke. Did I fix it? Yeah. Yoko, I don't, why does it say, why is it, it's not looking up the right word. Looking up Kui. I don't know why it's doing that. Rowing, you see it on there. It's, rowing. Oh, because I put ku at the end. It's gu. That's my bad. Kogu. Row, paddle, a boat. Okay, so what does row, paddling a boat mean, though? Sleeping. Ah, there it is. It does mean to sleep. Okay. Yeah, there you go. To nod off, to doze off. Ah, okay. So she notices Kagure is falling asleep. There you go. Okay, so she puts her jacket down. Yuka's smile's not right. Let me fix that real quick. She notices, okay, so she puts her jacket on the desk, knocks over a bunch of files, she reaches over to pick them up. She notices Kagure is dozing off in his chair, and she rolls out one of the files and smacks him in the face with it. That's wild. Okay, fine. 1 sec, I'm just restarting the video thing. See, so Yoko can smile, hopefully. Oh, uh-oh. It wasn't actually plugged in. Oh, there it goes, though. It's working. Nice. Okay, thank you, Yoko. Thank you, Yoko. And... Is that right? Is that right? Isn't right. Okay, so what happens next? Sorry about that. Wow, good place to sleep, huh? Uh-huh. Poor guy, though. Inspector? Well, it's just... We already found the stalker, right? So... That was relaxing. Uh-huh. Well, you won't be able to see the beautiful Mai anymore, huh? No, it's not that. That's not what I was thinking about. Well, it's been a couple of days since then. Alright, so we're just sitting around the office with nothing to do. I see. I see, I see. I think they break, right? Hold on. But... Blu-ray in the chat. Not like our chat's ever broken though. The one time I missed it was me not logged in. It hasn't ever broken. Unlike YouTube chat has broken before. The only other chat that never broke was I think Twitter. Not Twitter, sorry. Twitch. Twitch never broke. It's been a number of days since the Jack of Flowers incident. No, sorry, number of days. We still don't know about what happened with the Jack of Flowers case or Nagami's murder, but we wrapped up the stalker case, I guess. It seems like it. We were kind of relaxing. Well, if you need a pretty woman, I'm here. Aren't there one here? No? Hey, Ronco. She has her feet on the desk. While she's looking at her horse racing newspaper. Right. It says she's misbehaving. That's how it opens. It says she's misbehaving. The bad mannered misbehaving in Doranko. The inspector takes her newspaper from her, like she's a mother correcting her. Captain, can you do some work, please? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, sure. But look, once my horse wins, I'll get right to work. Can you do both? Can you do the horse racing and get to work? Come on, this is why, Captain, you being like this is why. Ah, the phone rings. Nice. I always get a bad feeling when that phone starts ringing. Not many people call us here. Also, what would it be? Is there something urgent? Or me and Kagure run over to it. But Kamawazumi's already there. She doesn't know the current situation though. And she calmly picks up the phone. With a calm face, she picks up the receiver. Oh, she doesn't know who would be there. She's never talked to the phone guy. Right? Kamawazumi's never talked to the phone guy even once. She's never talked to him even once. Also, when she notices that Captain Indo is about to leave the room. Is about to slip out of the room with the newspaper in her hand. She pushes down on the receiver and points at her. We're not done talking, okay? Inspector, you should get the phone. Yeah, this is the guy on the phone is our boss, if such a thing exists. Very possibly. We know that. Me and Kagure know that, right? The only person besides the couple people we've given our number that call this phone line is our boss guy. Me and Kagure are pretty nervous. But she's totally focused on Indo. Yeah, but here's the thing. She also doesn't know that Indo is her actual boss. Like, she thinks she can order around because she thinks we're actually cops. We're not, though. Right? We're not actually cops anymore. So when Indo finally, when Captain Indo finally stops, then she answers the phone. My called? Oh, apparently it's from Mai. Well, thank goodness it's not our boss. Maybe to say thank you again? Or maybe she's able to see fortunes in her dreams again? But, the inspector's face, who is on that phone, started to turn pale. Uh-oh. That sure increased the tension between me and Kagure. He hung up and turned back towards us and said, Stalker appeared again. Huh? Well, yeah, we had a feeling it wasn't necessarily him. We've run out of the records and collection room. Of course. We've run out of the records and collections room. Now, of course, under the cover of this chaos, Indo Ronko runs out too. But she has a different place she's going. Yeah, she just leaves. It's funny. It's funny that it's really funny the commie lady thinks she can boss her around. But it's not working whatsoever, is it? It's not working even a little bit. Because she's like, get to work. Get to work, ma'am. And she's like, listen, when the course racing comes out, then I'll get to work. I think out of all the people, I think I'm most like Indo Ronko, I think. I think I'm most like her. She's my favorite person, I think. I sitting on the living room, shaking and crying. Oh man! So wait, what happened? She's holding her face with both her hands, and you can hear her sobbing, shaking her head sometimes and sobbing. Bro, she seems really, really bothered. So there's also next to her is Mr. Soga and Mr. Miyamoto. Oh, so her uncle and her dad. Mr. Soga's there holding her shoulders and encouraging her. This freaking Mr. Miyamoto. I don't trust this guy still. Look at his freaking face, man. Look at his freaking face. You think I trust this guy? I would never trust this guy. But oh, he's pissed over there. Listen, calm down, bro. He starts yelling at us. What on earth are you doing? Here's the thing. How is this our fault? His yelling made my tremble even more. Calm down, please. Can you calm down, right? Relax. Chill out. Calm down. But, Kamoizumi's calm voice seemed to make him even madder. He got louder. Calm down? You think I calm down like this? Huh? Look how big he's talking, bro. The thing about this game is the text. They use the size of the text to reflect like how like loud someone is, right? So he's really loud. Look, and you see on this part, he's getting louder as he talks. He's getting louder as he talks. I heard that the stalker was gone. Is the stalker gone? Well, tell us what's going around. He points around her room. Okay, exaggerated. Shakes his. He exaggeratedly points around the room. What happened? What are you saying? That an earthquake happened just localized to this room? Oh, I see. I don't know what to make of this. Support me on the Streamloops. I don't know what to make of this, man. Stuff all over the place. They're bags of, like, clothes. Why are those all over? And what happened to her books? They're not on the ground. They're just gone. What the fuck? What's going on here? The place is a mess. The room's a mess. Is this vandalized or doesn't look like it's necessarily vandals or burglars from this. Look like they were, I don't know if they were searching or something. If they were just looking for something, it wouldn't be this bad, right? This is worse than that. It almost looked like they were trying to make it a mess. Okay, where happened to all our books and stuff? What happened to all our books? I don't see those anywhere. The door's left open. So, everything had been dragged out. And her notebooks and picture books and notebooks had all been lined up. Not a single thing taken. But just the orderliness of the room had been destroyed. The room was filled with the intent of the culprit. The malicious intent was all I left behind. I went to ask, what the heck? Hold on. What happened to her teddy bear? I don't see that nowhere. I mean, I don't see the books either, but you're saying nothing was stolen. Okay, we asked Mai what happened, and she said it was like this when she got home a little bit ago. Okay. Before she called us, she called Mr. Soga. Mr. Soga called Miyamoto. Called her dad. That makes sense, yeah. Are you telling me the Japanese police are useless? Is that what I should think? Okay, okay, Come on, man. Oops, I autoplayed it. Hold on, what was the last line? Listen, man, we worked hard investigating it, didn't we? We did. Kagure tried to calm him down. Kagure tried to calm him down. Yeah, I don't know, man. This guy, I thought this guy was the murderer, but now, like, I'm like, if this guy's the murderer, why is this room a mess? Wouldn't it make more sense for him to be mad, for him to be pretending that he's mad like this, though, even if he is the murderer? Like, I don't know. Hold on, what does this phrase mean? Shidoro Modoro. Confused, incoherent. Oh, okay, so Kagure is like trying to plead with him, but he's not. He's like, he's coming out all confused and all, you know, disordered when he's speaking. Here it is. Well, is this the result of that investigation? Miyamoto snorts at us. Well, how is this our fault, man? How are they blaming us for everything like we're responsible? Once that was said, me, the inspector, and of course Kagure, we couldn't say anything back. We had nothing to say. There was no sign of them breaking into the door. Wait a second. That means they had a key. How do they have a key? How did the person have a key? What the fuck? How did the person have a key? I asked Mr. Soga, and he just turned his head to the side. How'd they get in? It doesn't seem like it'd be that easy to just have a key for this building. What is that? It seemed like Mai wanted to say something to Mr. Soga. Or Mr. Soga noticed Mai wanted to say something. How the hell did this person get in here to make a mess of this? So, Mr. Soga urges her to keep going, and she slowly takes her hand down that was covering her face. Wasn't that man dead? Right? That man. She means Nogami. Yeah, he was dead. For sure. We can get you the autopsy report and show you that. That's what Inspector Kamoizumi says back to her. Looks directly at her and says that. Really? Well then, what in the world? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know myself. It was her the whole time. It was who? It was the girl herself did it? Or what? Or Kamoizumi? Who her? She did it herself? She tortured herself. She might have been doing some of it herself. Right? There are a couple of clues that it is her, actually, Gio. What clues? Well, I mean, I don't think she murdered this guy, but when she saw the cats, she said like what the door said, right? The redhead, this lady, right? Oh, the kami? The kami did it? I wish the kami did it. I wish we could throw the book at her. Just throw it at her. I wish. I don't think that's going to be true though. I wish. But yeah, she knew it was on the writing on the door, and she didn't go outside to check. So how did that happen? Is the thing. So she's panicking, but she tries her best to convey her feelings. Well, it's a really it's a really tragic situation, so I think maybe better not to ask. But Mai continues. Kagure tries to, he's concerned, but she continues. Please tell me, why won't you tell me what, how he was killed? She was almost in, I don't want to say, she answered with zeal. Go with zeal. He was missing an eye, and there was a flower. She hugged herself and said, he was missing an eye, and he had a flower stuck in. How'd you know that? My body chills. My body locks. We hadn't told anybody yet what happened in Ogami's body. Hold on. I think am I mixing up? Who's talking? Hold on. So she goes, who says this part? So she goes, so he goes, please tell me, why don't you tell me? And then we say, how he was killed, and then I guess this is her saying, one eye with a flower, or is that us saying that? And then she holds herself, and then she said, this one's gotta be her saying it, right? Without an eye and the flower stuck in. How did you know that? It still hadn't gone out to the mass. It still hadn't gone out to the news. Even if, no matter how much Mai was related, how connected Mai was to Nogami, doesn't matter. In this case, she should be treated like a regular person still. She shouldn't know that. When I asked Mai, she shook her head. I was right? The flower stuck in the missing eye socket? Ew. Yeah. Not coming to this girl. I guess she's a bit more brunette. Yeah, it is more brunette. Yes. He was. Yeah, look. But that's what they do. That's what the Jack of Flowers did, Gio, to every victim. But the difference is, the old victims, when you're looking at the case stuff, the old victims, it looked like the flower was put in so cleanly that like it was like to the same exact specifications. Like it was very clean, carefully put in the middle, and like always had the same length flower. But this guy, he had the same thing, but it looked like the flower was like just jabbed in there. The eyeball was ripped out and it was just jabbed in there. So we think maybe it's a copycat, is what we're thinking. But yeah, apparently she knew part of that. Apparently somehow she knew part of that. I guess both of these are just her talking, right? So she goes, "Why don't you tell me?" And then you go, "What do you? How she died?" And then she just goes, "He had missing. He was missing an eye in the flower." And then she holds herself and goes, He lost an eye, and the flower was stuck in." And they go, "Why do you know that?" I think it's kind of unclear who's talking when. I wish they had like more. The only thing about this game, I kind of wish. Like have more clear, like just names in front of people would talk or something. Sometimes it is a little confusing, but anyway, it's something like that. I want to be clear. I want to be sure because obviously how much she knows is important. This music is wild. Yeah, this is from the first one. This track's from the first one. The throat groaning stuff. It's from the first one. It seems like her own voice is working her up, and she doesn't even realize that she's yelling now. Look, yeah, she's freaking out. She's freaking out. She's freaking out so much that all Mr. Soga can do is watch. I'm right, right? I'm right! Oh, she must have saw it in a dream or something, right? The guy that killed Wakana is gonna kill me! To be fair, this isn't bizarre for her to freak out. Right? Because, hold on, if you don't know the story up till here, okay. So, 10 years ago, there was the killer, the Jack of Flowers, killed 6 people, 5 people, and then kills Wakana. Kills Wakana right in front of Mai. It says Mai was coming. Now, I don't know if Mai is Mai or Wakana's Wakana, but anyway, either way, this part's true. She was the story, but it was repeated by her dad, so we don't know exactly how much is true. She's going home, and, she's going to the park to meet Wakana, and they look identical, by the way. Just remember that. And she takes a shortcut through the trees, and she comes out, and she sees her being killed. That's what the father said to the police. And then all she saw was that he was in a raincoat. The guy up until then had always ripped out their eye and put in a flower all carefully. But the thing was, with Akana, he didn't. He didn't take her eyeball out. Hey Stevie, welcome. He didn't take her eyeball out. Sith of Mayo? I didn't even realize. Forgot about that. I think I like Sith more than... maybe Carl should play... He played some Star Wars game last time, right? It's a good bit. Sith of May. Maybe we can play a Star Wars game in the morning. I gotta think about what would be good though. I think last he played Battlefront, the old one a little bit, and he played the like Force game, whatever it was called, where you're like Star Killer guy. I think Carl played that. Thank you, Stevie. Let me Sith of May and you. It might be, yeah, maybe I do a Carl thing in the morning or later. I don't know. What game? I just gotta think. What would be? Do I have any Star Wars games that I've never played? I don't know. Why did they stop making good ones? That's the drop. That's the part that sucks. There used to be good Star Wars games. There used to be great ones. Okay, so yeah. So, anyways, her cousin was killed by this guy. So that's true. It explains why she's freaking out, kinda, but also kind of not, because the person didn't do it to Wakana. All of a sudden, Mr. Soga's expression became really grim. No! It's gotta be. Right? She's yelling. Shaking her head and yelling. Yeah, obviously, she's just yelling now. Had the Force on 4th, so I think should have Sith. No, I like it. I like Sith better anyway. I think I remember Carl going on about that last time too, so it lines up with me. Did he like the Sith more or something? So he did the day after. He did it on like the 5th or something with like Vader Day. But I think May of Sith is pretty good. I think he did the day after for Vader Day, like the day he becomes Vader the next day. I think he did it on the 5th. But I think that was just because I missed it. I think that was just because I did it a day late. And so I called it like Vader Day or something. The day after. I think something like that. I remember doing something like that. She continues this. Okay, I don't even know what to question her. Nobody knows what to say. Shirya Kida. I mean, what is she? She's talking about a serial killer I've never even seen. He's coming to kill me. Now, to be fair, he sure is freaking out, huh? And then the tension snaps, and she covers her face again and begins crying again. Hold on, keep it together, Mai. Listen, that incident, the Jack of Flowers case, we've solved it. It's over. What do you mean solved it? It was never solved. Who's saying that? Her dad said that. It was odd for Mr. Miyamoto to speak in a fatherly tone like that, but it didn't get through to Mai at all. It's not over. It's not over. I don't know why he's saying that. Like, I don't know where he gets that idea that it was solved. Is that why he tried to get them to drop the case to say it was solved? But it wasn't solved at all. They just closed the case. She's holding herself and crying. It's not over. She's right, actually. It's not over. It's not over at all. He's completely right. Lieutenant Kamo Izumi watches her coldly. Watches the confused Mai coldly. I was there. Does she remember now? I didn't see his face, but I was there. Maybe he might think I saw his face. Well, nobody can say anything about that. She could be right. That's why. Wakana blames me too. Huh? What do you mean by that? Yeah, what does she mean by that? Also, Wakana blames me too. What do you mean by that? I didn't get it, so I just asked back. And the expression on Miyamoto and Soga's face changed. What? What do you mean, Mai? Wakana? What did Wakana do? What are you saying? Yeah, what is she talking about? Wakana blames her too. Hey, Shinny. What do you mean Wakana blames her too? Mr. Soga's trying to be kind, but he's also asking. He wants to know what she meant. You see, the day before, Wakana appeared in my dream. Oh, she knew it was going to happen. Because remember when she was a kid, she had prophetic dreams. So she knew Wakana was going to die? Is that what she's going to say? Because Wakana was in my dream. Yesterday, Wakana... No, wait, hold on. She means yesterday now. Wakana was in her dreams. Wakana? Wait a second, does she have multiple personalities? Oh. Like, is Wakana in her head? Is she, like, half Wakana? Did she mess up her own house? She has multiple personalities, right? That explains it. Her cousin is she has like she's like in her head or something. Doesn't that make the most sense? Hold on. The most sense. Doesn't that make the most sense? She's possessed by her cousin's ghost. Doesn't that make the most sense? But it does kind of, doesn't it? It does kind of make sense, though. Because she says she no longer has prophetic dreams. Maybe, what if her cousin has taken that position, like, in her mind? I don't know. Kana. He leans forward. Mr. Soga leans forward. No matter what the dream was about, I'm sure it's his own daughter, so of course he's interested. Wakana? What did she... Yeah, tell us, man. What the heck did she say? This freaking throat music still. According to her story, Wakana appeared in her dream, and she looked, she had an expression of pain and resentment. And she only said one thing, apparently, to Mai. What was it? Avenge me. My killer. Get my killer. Let's say with that. Get my killer. Killer? It means enemy. The word means enemy. It's a pretty classic Japanese phrase. In this context, it kind of means killer, but I'm specifying that so you understand. Like the riddle of it could mean something else, right? It means, here, Yoko, look the word up for me so we can talk about this for a second. The word, Yoko? There you go. See, a foe, an enemy, a person, someone has a grudge, somebody has a grudge against, resentment, injury, revengefulness, harm, injury, mischief, malice, harmless, injuriness. In this case, none of these examples really help. They have anything to do with it, really. But they often say the phrase, yeah, like get revenge, get your, broke, okay. I think broken. well, whatever. You can see it. Thank you, Yogo. Thank you, Yogo. So just so you guys know that, oh, busted. But it's still working is a weird thing. But there's like there's an error. Unhandled exception has occurred. Requested clipboard operation did not succeed. But it did, bro. And I can't click anything on the error thing. Right click close, will that work? Anyways, thank you, Yoko. Even control delete. Or something? One sec. For some reason her program broke. The program that Yoko uses broke. Why? I don't know, bro. Sort by name. Hold on, it's gonna break my computer. Sort by name. I kept trying to click it. Yeah, it is breaking. Coding overloaded, probably. Can't go to normal. I was trying to click it and it kept disappearing. Into it. There it goes. Okay, fixed. This is recaptured again. I don't know why it was like that though. Okay, you'll fine, Yoko? Yeah? Okay. Thank you, Yoko. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, so Avenger Killer is what she's saying. But it says her enemy. It could be, you know, could be lots of things. Wakana was talking to me from the other world. I don't know if I buy that though, right? I don't know if I buy that personally. I think it sounds kind of ridiculous, I think, personally. Yeah. Oh, I see. It busted everything. Copy, paste. Those things work. Let's just restart that thing. One sec, sorry. Okay. And she looked at us with she looked at us with like longing eyes, like trying to look for someone to depend on. That's just a dream. That was just a dream. It doesn't mean anything. Come on, stop talking about stuff like that, nonsense like that. Miyamoto scolds her. Now, here's the thing. Would you think it's just a dream in this situation? Would you really think so? I don't know if I would, personally. Well, it seems like we're outsiders now at this point. Seems like Inspector Kamo, Lieutenant has the same idea. And, so turn to Miyamoto to try to admonish him, persuade him, something. Listen, no, I don't think so. I think it is important. What are you talking about? It's just a dream, no? Well, Dreams are a reflection of our subconscious. If Wakana came to Mai in her dreams, then it might have something to do with some kind of subconscious feeling connection to the Jack of Flowers case. Something that isn't normally at the surface. Maybe Nogami, finding out that Nogami Kazushi was killed, brought that back up in her mind. And maybe remembering Wakana has to do with that. A dream has to do with that. She said that Wakana looked like she was she had resentment, right? That must mean that Mai feels guilty. That's the guilt Mai feels towards. It's understandable. The guilt Mai feels towards Wakana. Yeah, sure. He's right, I think. He analyzes the situation in a logical manner. Well, how is that important, huh? What do you, that's just, it's just a simple dream. There's no reason to look into it any more than that. Why is he getting so worked up about it, though? Is what I'm wondering. And it's already over, okay? See, why is he so worked up about it? This is the part I don't get. He's so worked up about the thing. That part I don't understand. I still suspect him, honestly. He's yelling at Kamizumi. He said it's already solved, but it's not. It's not. Well, I think as long as the Jack of Flowers case isn't solved, then as long as we don't know the truth, I think Mai will keep seeing those dreams of Wakana. I think so too. I mean, I think it's possible, right, that they could haunt her. And Miyamoto swallows his words while the inspector gives him a piercing glare. No. No? What? After a while, Mai breaks the silence. No! That's not right! Looks like she's gonna cry. She starts crying as she talks. Wakana called me. Wakana's calling me. Why would anybody believe me? Well, that's why... if that's your... Right, she doesn't want to think of it as it's like her conscience or whatever else. She thinks it's the actual ghost. Oh, it's really loud, sorry. She wants to think of it as her actual ghost of her cousin. The inspector tries to calm her down, but she does not listen at all. No! That was really Wakana. I'm telling you, that was Wakana. She said it to me. Please believe me. The guru clearly feels bad for her. She's in tears. The air is bad in here. This is Kagure's way of caring here. He opens a window to try and clear the air. Wow! Huh? Oh, you know what? This must mean something, because whenever Kagure gets a vibe like that, he leads us to a clue, right? Almost every other time. Okay, so as he opens the window, the wind blows in, and levels the curtain in Kagure's face, apparently. And then Kagure knocks over a glass flower vase next to the window, and it breaks. Everybody's staring at him. Everybody's staring at him like, come on, man. And he almost shrinks up. Sorry, guys. Poor guy. Mai shook her head in tiny movements because she's so afraid. I'll clean it up. And I'll help. There's gotta be a clue with this, though. What is it, the flower? Is the clue the flower? I start helping them pick it up, too. The flowers that were used in the jug of flower incidents normally would have been used to soothe people's heart. That's what they were grown for. Thinking about that, as I'm picking up the shards of glass, I get I feel a strange... I feel like someone's watching me. But behind me is only Kagure and Mr. Soga and all them, right? And Mr. Miyamoto. And Mr. Miyamoto. The person, well, what's looking at me straight on? Staring at me from behind a large piece of debris. Ah! No, it's an eyeball. Huh? I hurriedly pick up the pieces. Creepy looking eyeball, bro. Am I imagining it? Hold on. It looks like it has some kind of threads on it, like connected to nerves. Is it an actual eyeball? Did we actually find an eyeball in the jar? Hold on. I'm left speechless. Why is this here? My vision is stuck looking at it. Hold on, am I actually looking at an eyeball? I can't look away from it. I open my stiff mouth. Inspector? So I found an eyeball behind a piece of the vase. She got close to me. Kagure came over too. Oh, he does see it. It is an eyeball? There's an eyeball in the vase? An eyeball? Okay, hold on. So we're picking up all the pieces, and we find an actual eyeball. It has to be, what's his name eyeball then, though, right? It has to be, wait, she did it? Is she the killer? Hold on, what? What the fuck is going on? There's an eyeball in her vase? But she didn't even know it was there. It's his eyeball, right? It's Kazushi's eyeball. Right? Why? An eyeball, Chief? There's an eyeball. Can we get the civilians out of the way, right? So we get the before we. I don't want them to see it. What if what's her name? What's in my sees it? She's gonna freak out. She's gonna freak out. Me and Kamo Izumi both sigh. Well, it doesn't look like we're gonna be able to resolve this calmly then. Okay. Kagure flailing his arms around backs up into the wall. Come on, man. You gotta be a little more professional here, Kagure. Yeah, come on, bro. Come on, bro. You gotta chill out a little bit. He backed into it and the eyeball rolls in the other direction. Oh no. It rolls under this. It rolls in front of the sofa where Mai and the rest of them are sitting, and it stops. The eyeball does. Yeah, okay. She screams, obviously. Mai screams. Okay, so Kagure was cleaning up at first the vase after he bumped it, right? She was gonna help, but we're like, no, and we go over to help him, and they pick up a piece of the flower vase, and we see an eyeball underneath it, and then Kagure sees the. Well, I call over Kamo Izumi to look at it, and then Kagure sees it. He freaks out. He backs into the wall. He knocks the eyeball away, so it's rolling in front of the rest of them. Soga and Miyamoto notice the eyeball. Now I need to know, what do they do? Mai! Kagure finally remembering his job. Finally remembering his job, runs over to her. Yeah, finally remembering his job. Mai had now fallen over. She collapsed on the sofa. He shakes her head and slaps her in the face. Like, what you got? Like, now, Kamo Izumi, who clearly is the judgment now that she can't leave anything to Kagure, grabs my shoulders. Well, I guess it's fine leaving Mai with Kamo Izumi. I'm sure that's okay. And I take out my gloves from my pocket. And I put them on. And I reach out for the glass shard. It looks like there's something written on them. There's something written on them. What's that now? 10 richest elites confess investigation continent. Thankfully, the vase itself was made of thick glass, so the shards aren't that small. Put it together like a puzzle, and when I do, the writing becomes clear. Was it inside the vase? So wait a second, this was all set up for this or something? So it was written on the bottom with an oil pen. But apparently with some strong force. Gives off a sure a weird vibe. What does it say? He saw? You can't look. He looked at what he couldn't look at. He saw something he couldn't see. Wait a second. He saw something he couldn't see. He saw something he should have looked at. The goal. Something he shouldn't look at, right? He saw something he shouldn't see. This is a threatening letter. This is quite a threatening letter here. And that had the eyeball in it. So someone broke into Maya's room, or did they? Broke into Maya's room, made a mess of the whole room, and then stuck the eyeball in the flower vase and left this message? What the fuck? Who would do that? Who would do that and why? I flicked the glass with my fingers. What is this stalker after? What's his true identity? Yeah, what the hell's going on here, bro? This is crazy. Okay, so again, to summarize, to summarize what's happened so far today in this case. I guess I might wait a little bit longer to summarize, though. But to summarize just that scene, we go to Mai calls us. We go there. She's freaking out because her apartment was a mess, and her uncle and her dad are there. And she tells us about a dream she had of her cousin that was killed in front of her eyes. And then we thought the stalker was gone, but the place is a mess. And then the eyeball... Kagure goes to... When she's freaking out, Kagure goes to open a window. Then he knocks over the vase. Then we picking up the piece of the vase. We find an eyeball under one of the pieces. We're like, that's weird. And it's got like it's got nerve stuck on the end of it. And then we call over Kamo Izumi to try to like deal with it, cautiously, because we're in a room with civilians. And then Kagure comes over and sees it, and he goes, an eyeball! And he flails around and stumbles into the wall. And then the eyeball rolls in front of him, and then Mai passes out on the couch. Then we collect the pieces, and we find that the vase says he saw what he shouldn't see. He saw something he shouldn't see. So it was obviously intentionally left there on purpose. Okay, so then Kamo Izumi, Lieutenant Kamo Izumi, calls the police that are working the case of Nogami's murder, and Mr. Miyamoto is grimacing at that. What else are we supposed to do? All I can do is listen. But I took Mr. Miyamoto outside. I'm sure he's worried about Mai, but let's leave that to Kagure, Kamo Izumi, and Mr. Soga. What are you doing, taking me out here to the garden? Well, there's something I want to ask you, sir. Look at how big this apartment building is, huh? Pretty big. I've seen, I've seen hotels kind of like this, or motels, like, and then you have like a pool in the middle, right? I've seen places like kind of like this, actually. Not apartments though that people lived in really, but I guess there probably are. I see motels though. I see motels like this, definitely. I don't know about 4 stories, but like 3 stories I've seen. I think there's some like that here in Vegas, like 3-story, and then like a pool in the middle. Definitely place like that, a couple places like that. Well, Miyamoto doesn't even try to hide his annoyed attitude. But continue anyway. Okay, so what are you gonna ask him? Mr. Miyamoto. Why did you have them stop? Why did you put pressure to stop the Jagged Flowers investigation? That's number 1. Number 2. Why don't you live with my... Why don't you have my... you know, come back home? Or 3... why don't you cut ties with Mr. Soga? I don't quite get why you'd ask that one. Like, I guess because the daughters... I mean, because you're not really related to him anymore, I guess? Is that the thing you ask? No, because that doesn't really make sense. No, you ask, why the pressure to stop the Jagged Flowers? Yeah, that's the thing I'm the most curious about, definitely. Why did you stop why did you put pressure on for them to stop looking into the Jagged Flowers case, huh? He almost looks like, I'm not even sure if he's listening or not. See, the stalker, if the stalker is the culprit in the Jagged Flowers case, then if that case would have been solved, she wouldn't be exposed to this danger right now. Yeah, what the hell is this guy thinking? He snorts at me, though. He looks at me with contempt and snorts at me. Got some nerve, you ask me. Hey, Riot. This guy's got some nerve. You want this case got insane. This case has gone insane. Good morning, Riot. This case has gone insane. Okay, I'll try to summarize from last time. You remember we found this guy dead here, the cop. We found out, it really connects to this Jagged Flowers thing, right? And we found the cop dead. But check this out. So we're like, okay, well that's enough of that. And we're like, I guess we've solved the... I need some like more laid back Hayarigami music. Hold on, let me mute this. And then get some more laid back Hayarigami music. I know there's someone, I know that YouTube has there's a guy that posted the soundtrack of the first one. Not this one. I need more laid back music. How about, is this one not too spooky? No, it's way too spooky. How about this one? Okay, well that's the same one. I can play that myself. No, there's gotta be like a. Oh, this one. No, it's sad. Sad. This one. Okay. I thought the killer is this guy. Well, so did I. I mean, it still might be this guy. It still might. That concern is still valid. Definitely still valid. Are you number one somehow? You got number one? Huh. Somebody voted today, I guess. You got number one somehow, I guess? Yeah, somehow between yesterday and today you got number one. It must have been Geo or Dingus. They're both here earlier. Geo is asleep now, though. And Dingus left way earlier. I don't know if he was passing out or what. I don't know. He might have just gone to sleep right away. I don't know. But they were both here earlier, way earlier. I started early too, though. Or I started at like 9 or something. Anyway, that's not important for the story. Okay, so the cop got killed though. The cop that was investigating this guy, he got killed, and he had a flower in his eye. And we looked around his apartment. Before, like, remember Kagure busts in the door, and then okay, so what happens is Kagure busts in the door, and we go in there, and he leans down when he busts in the door, right? And he gets back up, and he has blood on his hands. I'm like, Kagure, what's blood on your hands for? And then we look, and the cop's dead, right? The detective's dead. And then, so this time, try to summarize everything that's happened. So we're looking around the room, and we notice there's a notebook, right? There's also all these weird wards around, but then we notice there's a notebook, and we look at it real quick, and we see in the notebook he was like recording. There's a map. There's a hand-drawn map of her apartment. Okay, of Mai's apartment, like her apartment building, not apartment. Sorry, her apartment building. And there's like things, more like descriptions of what she's doing, like went to work, went home. So we're like, okay, well, I guess he's the stalker. And then we think about it in our head, and we're like, well, it doesn't totally make sense, but we don't really have any other clues or anything. And so we go by to her, and we tell her he's dead, and we explain what happened. And so so we're like, okay. And then it skips ahead, and it's like days later, and you're sitting in the office, and Kamuizumi is like throws her jacket on her chair, right? Snorcher's here. Oh my god. So I was walking to the grocery store again. This guy at the checkpoint was giving me this look of you again. Hey, you again. Another person, another day, and full of life regrets. Hey, Mr. J, we have a new sale on rice, he said. 1 + 2. Rice? No thanks, I said. Neither did he knows. Did I have a secret identity in the cyberspace? I'm not just a nobody. I'm the almighty Cracky Reeves, the veteran leader of the. Oh, this is Zoop, the veteran leader of the most pioneering Neocron. Who's Neocron? With an international cyber gang of loyal followers, we are like the royalists of our little world, a powerful gang of sharp intellectuals. Look at this guy. Did you write this earlier, Zoop, earlier? Did you write this out? You know what? I should switch the things. Hold on, so we can read this.
The mind being excellence.
Hold on. I'll read the. Let's read the story. I gotta swap these things now. Zoop joined. Snorch left. Zoop joined. Yeah, I had a feeling. A restream chant. Yeah, right. Were you writing it earlier? Like when did you write that? Little piece of. Yeah, I think it's this one. Hold on. It's good. I want to finish reading it. I just gotta fix layout. Is that right? There we go. Yeah, right. Okay. With an international cyber gang of loyal followers, we are like the royalists of our little world, a powerful gang of sharp intellectuals. Even Zoop. And together, we explore and discover the world, or just chill the time like no others in the cyber world. Nice. I like that. I like that we still kind of. That's still kind of true, right? That once upon a time, I had some goofy gang on a video game, and now we have our own gang where we translate old Japanese games and explore stuff. Pretty good, Zoop. I like it. Thank you. Okay, to go back to the story. Yeah, let's start the song over one more time. So, okay, where were we? We found great Twitter bio. Yeah, maybe if I could fit all that in there. We found. Oh yeah, okay. So it's days later, right? And we're sitting around the office. Kamui Izumi throws off her jacket. Riot's spirit animal throws off her jacket, and she knocks over a bunch of her files and stuff, right, her paper. She sighs, and she bends over to pick them up, and she notices that Kagure is falling asleep, and so she rolls one up like into a roll, and she whacks him in the face. She goes, "Hey, what are you doing? This isn't somewhere to sleep." And then Kaguru's like, "Huh?" I'm just waking up. And then you're like, "Oh, you guys don't have anything to do now, so you're just sleeping?" And he's like, "Yeah, well, we kind of saw it. I don't know what else to do." And then he goes, "Oh, you don't have anybody. You can't think of the pretty Mai anymore. You don't get to see the pretty Mai anymore." And then Indo Ranko speaks up, right? Indo Ranko, hold on, where is she? Then Indo Ranko, who has her feet up on the desk. She has her feet on the desk, right? And she's sitting there with her feet on the desk with a newspaper in front of her looking at her horse racing, right? And she pulls down the paper and she goes, "Look, if you guys need a pretty woman to look at, there's women out here." And then Kamui Izumi gets all mad at her, right? And grabs her newspaper out of her hands. Well, she doesn't really say "I'm here." She says "here," right? So she could mean both of them, right? She could be talking about the Kami too. But she means, she's like, well, there's already pretty women here. She doesn't specify who or anything. But anyway, so she grabs the newspaper from her. And she goes, "Can you get to work? Can you stop horse racing?" And she goes, as soon as the horse wins the race, I'll get to work. I'll get to work as soon as my horse wins. And then a call comes in on the black phone that we have, right? The black rotary phone. And Kamui Izumi goes to pick it up. And as she's picking up the phone, she notices Indo Ranko is like slinking out the door. And she goes, she puts down the receiver and goes, "Stop. You stop right there." You stop right there. You stop right. So she stops, right? She stops for a second. And then she picks up the phone, and it's the lady. It's Mai. And she and you can see like the Kamui Izumi actually goes pale, and she hangs up, and she's like, "Well, there's been another stalking incident." And so you go, "Okay," and then everybody starts leaving, and it specifies that you all rush out the door, and that Indo Ranko also rushes out the door, but she goes somewhere else than where you guys go. She just goes a different way. She uses the chaos to slip out. So she's not working now either. I don't know where she is. Here's the thing, though. She actually does do her job, so she could be helping us on the back end. Like, a lot of times she is. She wasn't, when you learn about that in the first game. A lot of times she's pursuing the cases on the other side, like the supernatural side. But anyways, that's here nor there. It's funny. We never figure it out though. I don't think. Maybe in like near the end of the game or something we do. But so anyways, we show up, right? And this gets crazier. Hold on. Story. Go back again. Let's change song now. This gets crazier. It gets crazier. Hold on. It's crazier because we show up there, right? And guess what? Her room has been ransacked. It was a total mess. The room was a total mess. Why? I don't know, but we come in there and she's sitting on the couch and her uncle and her dad are sitting next to her and the dad starts yelling at her. It's like, I thought you guys solved this. Then why is this place a mess? He's like pointing all over the place. It's ransacked. Stuff everywhere. But nothing seems stolen, right? So then we're talking to her, and somewhere along the way she goes, she asks about, she asks about, she goes, how'd he die? She goes, did he really die? And you go, yeah. And she goes, how'd he die? And then she starts mumbling, and she's like, why won't you tell me how he died? And then she's like, with a flower in his eye. And you're like, huh? With his eye ripped out. And she goes, with his eye ripped out and the flower stuck in it, right? And you go, how did she know that? How did she know that? And then she starts freaking out and she starts yelling. She goes, hey, the guy that killed the Wakanda is going to kill me. The killer's back. Right? She starts freaking out. And then she says, Wakanda came to her in her dreams. Wakanda came to her in her dreams, and she describes this dream where Wakanda was there just staring at her, and she goes, she only said one thing. She said, get my killer. And then Kagure's like trying to calm her down, and he goes, okay, hold on, the air in here, it's the air in here. The air in here is stuffy. And so he goes over and he opens the window, right? And then the window blows wind in immediately. The curtain flies into his face. He falls, like he flails around with the curtain in his face and knocks over a flower vase, and it crashes on the ground, right? And we're like, oh my god. And so we get up, we're like, okay, we'll clean it up. And us and Kagure are cleaning up this broken flower vase, right? And we pick one of the pieces up, and you know what's underneath that? An eyeball. And we're like, what the fuck? And we're looking at it, and we see like the nerve endings and stuff underneath it, and we're like sitting there, like we just like lift up one of the pieces of the pot, and we see an eyeball underneath it. And we don't freak out, right? You is right. You is right. One more time. You is right, right? But we don't freak out, right? We call over Kamo Izumi, like, you know, we're cops, and there's all these civilians around. We can't freak out. So we call over Kamo Izumi, right? And she comes over, and then she comes over and she sees it, and then also at the same time, you calling her over, calls over Kagure. Kagure's attention turns over to you. And so Kagure sees it and goes, an eyeball! And you and Kamo Izumi, Kagome, that's her first name, you both sigh, right? And then he goes, an eyeball, and he stumbles back into the wall, and he bumps the whole room, and the eyeball rolls. The eyeball rolls, and it rolls over to the couch where Mai's sitting on the couch, and she sees it, and it literally plays a screaming sound as she screams, and she passes out. And then it says Kagure runs over to try to, like, you know, snap her out of it, and then it says Kamo Izumi, now having no faith in Kagure, she goes over to her, and then you're looking at the vase, right, and you're putting it together, and you notice there's writing on it. And you put the vase together, and on the bottom of the vase, it said, he saw something he shouldn't see. He saw something he shouldn't see, is what it said. It's obviously the cop's eyeball, right? It's the cop's eyeball. It's the cop's eyeball. Why was it in there? How did it get in there? I don't know. That sounds crazy. Did he? The guy well, we know the person was in her room, right? Because he made a mess of it. But he apparently also put an eyeball on the flower vase and wrote on the bottom with the oil marker. We said it said with some force. So I don't know exactly how that worked, but he wrote on there. He saw something he shouldn't see, and now we're like one scene from there. We pull out the While Kamizumi and the rest of them are doing mine, we take the dad, right, and we bring him outside, and we ask him, hey, how come you push them to stop looking into the Jack of Flowers? That's where we are right now. Okay, you guys following that? That's where we are right now. And we go, if they solve the Jack of Flowers case, and this guy's the same guy that's stalking Mai, if you let him solve the case, she wouldn't be in danger right now. Right? And then he looks at you with contempt and snorts. You really are a detective, huh? What does that mean, this guy? I still think this guy did it, to be honest with you. I mean, he's got to be connected to something. I also wonder now, maybe Mai has like, maybe she has multiple personalities or something, right? Maybe she has like Wakana in her head. Like that, would that be crazy? Like maybe she's both of them now. Right? Like Wakana was murdered, but she also says she lost her ability to do her fortune telling then, right? Maybe Wakana is in her head now. I don't know. So like maybe like I don't know. That's a working theory there. I'm not too sure on that one. But are you really a detective, huh? He had a smile on his face that has that smell of powerful people. Like he knows he can like get away with stuff kind of smile, like a he speaks to me slowly, like as if he's lecturing a child that can't tell the difference between words. The reason is simple. Because Wakana was my niece. Even more reason. Right? Even more reason you'd want the case looked into, no? Isn't it human nature to want to solve that? Also, and as for Mai, the two of them are very close. And she saw the murder. Miyamoto, who had been looking off in the distance, turns to look at me now. Not only she witnessed a murder, the person killed was her own childhood friend and cousin. See, that was enough pain for her, for Mai to deal with. And what do you think would happen if the police kept interviewing her? If it all got exposed to the mass media, what do you think would happen then? Huh? I don't have an answer. Gesture. He raised his hands in a gesture to stop me from talking. Well, it would have destroyed her spirit. Don't you think so? So he's saying he put a kibosh on it because he didn't want his daughter to have to deal with like talking to all the police and the journalists and all this kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know, but still though. Also, I wasn't the only one that wanted it stopped. Soga too. Soga did? There's no way Soga did. It was his daughter. I don't know about this, man. The longer the investigation goes on, the more difficult it is, right? Well, it's true. It was his daughter. Wakana was Mr. Soga's daughter. And I mean, I guess as the investigation goes, it would create a deeper wound in your heart. But and here's the thing, no matter how long the investigation went on, it wasn't going to bring Wakana back. I can't really disagree with that. So that's why you applied pressure? Yeah. And anyway, I don't rely on the cops in the first place. Don't like to. That's how it was. He's talking to a police officer right now, saying that too. I mean, we're technically police officers still. He looks at his expensive-looking watch on his left hand. As he's spitting his words out at me. And he goes back into the building. And leaves me there. Well, it doesn't seem like I convinced him of anything. I mean, I guess to a politician, he would have the resources and the manpower to find the culprit, wouldn't he? Maybe he did. Wait a second. Okay, earlier, when he was yelling, when Mai was freaking out, he told her, we already solved it. We already solved the case. What does that mean? He said we already solved it. What does that mean? Now, Akana was his own niece and his daughter's childhood friend. Did he solve it? If he solved it, then what happened? Well, if some damage happened to something like that, shouldn't he be more courageous, more willing to do something? I don't know. No matter how I think of it, I don't understand why Mr. Soga would agree with him. What's this, Kagure? Me and Kagure are staked out that night out front. Is Kagure snoring? Kagure's passed out in the driver's seat snoring. Okay, well let's save here with this great soundtrack. Save here with this great soundtrack real quick. In case we ever need this again. Kagure's freaking snoring? Nothing out of the ordinary. Just time going by. Kagure snoring next to me though. Kind of hard to relax. I just hear some boring classic music coming from the radio. Simple rhythm. Walking speed. And then, along with that rhythm, like it's with the rhythm, a woman comes walking towards us. Or no, a girl does. A girl does? Hold on. Hold on, hold on. Last time we saw a little girl when we were sitting in this car, it was creepy. In the dark, the girl says to me, am I dreaming again? Am I dreaming again? Can you see me? Don't you see me? Sounds like she's in trouble. Did you see it? Do you see it? Huh? What? Do you see it? She says. What? I ask her back. You haven't seen it yet? She says again. Is it? I don't know if this little girl is real. And then I look up. Killed me. What? Her face is covered in blood. Ah! How do we keep doing that? I woke up. I guess I passed out. It's still that same boring classic music coming from the radio. I look at my clock. I look at my watch. Barely any time had gone by. I guess it was just a dream. But it left a strong impression on me. I slapped myself with both of my hands to try to wake up. Try to get out of that dream. Huh? But then, I noticed something by the entrance. I saw a woman wearing a flowing gown? It's far away, but I think that's Mai? What is she doing dressed like that at this hour? Wait a second. Maybe something's happening? Then she runs towards her car. Kagure! Kagure, wake up! Os! Chief, you need to go to the toilet? So, Kagure had just woken up. It looks like he's still in a dream. It's something. It seems like something's happening with Mai. Roger. So we jump out of the car. Me and Kagure jump out of the car to see what's wrong with her. Yeah, what is wrong with her? What's she wearing? What? Oh, it's not really a gown. She's in like, I don't know. What is she wearing? What is this? Mai, did something happen? What is going on here? We called out to Mai. She ran towards us. But she was shaking like a dog. Like a puppy. She couldn't seem to say anything. Mai, what is it? Behind her was Mr. Soga coming from the building. Yeah, why'd she come all the way out here? He looks at us like stabbing daggers. His eyes are looking at us sharp. Why is he running out to us, though, and not to him? It means something. This guy might be... It's supposed to be her dad, right? I mean, not her dad or uncle. But, if she's running out to us, what's that about? My, there's blood. Bro, I don't know what to make of this freaking case anymore. Because I thought it was, like, simple enough that it was the dad or something, right? But I'm so confused now. I don't know what to make of this, man. I'm just gonna keep reading. I don't know what to guess anymore. I don't know what to guess. I still think they're like switch places or something, right? But I don't know what to make of this. His mouth is open like a fish now. After he sees that. When I look, both of my hands are covered in blood. Huh? They're covered in blood? Almost like, she didn't quite get what he said. She, like, swallows and then looks down. Well, like, she didn't get what we were saying. She looks down and sees her own hands and then is shocked. Did you get hurt somewhere? She doesn't seem to be hurt. She still can't talk, though. My, hold on, okay? We're here. You're gonna be okay, okay? Bed. In the bed. There's something in her bed? Bed. She says in her bed. She says bed, knee. Knee is like the directional thing. So that means like in her bed. Or on the bed or something like that. She's it seemed like Kagure's loud voice is snapping her out, maybe. She's trying to say something. Her mouth is shaking. What happened with the bed? Under the bed, Wakana was. Wakana was under the bed? Wakana? Here's the thing, we just saw a nightmare with Wakana 2. We just saw Wakana 2 seconds ago. Soga's face is frozen. Instantly froze. Me and Kagure look at each other with a different reason. Wakana? Alright, so okay. We can run there and check it out right away. Is that what we're supposed to do? Yeah, that's what we're supposed to do. The other option is, that's obviously a lie. That's obviously a dream. But the right answer is to go check it out. Okay. Okay. Go check it out. So we're gonna run up and see if it's Wakana, I guess, right? But then what's gonna happen? It's possible it was somebody else lurking, right? And she didn't. The blood is making me wonder. Right. So there's a reason to be concerned that we should go check it out, because her hands are covered in blood, right? So something could have happened, whether or not she realizes it. We shouldn't just disregard if she's saying it's like a dream or something. Stay with the building manager. Stay in the building manager's room. We say that and we run off. Be sure to lock the door. Mr. Soga gives Mai the key to the building manager room. No matter who comes, don't open the door, okay? We tell her. So Soga's going with us still. But we tell her to lock herself in the room and don't come no matter who goes there. Don't open the door. What doesn't make sense though is while we were watching it, we didn't see any suspicious person coming or going. Yeah, so who could it be? Is the question, correct? Who could it be? And I did pass out, but it was only for a minute. It was only for a minute. And in that minute, I saw Wakana in my dream. I did doze off, but, you know, it's hard to imagine somebody went in during that moment. And Soga would have been watching the monitors, so he just said nobody was on there. So who could be in Mai's room? And it should have been locked too, but it should have been locked, but that was the case when they made a mess of the place too. I think maybe she has multiple personalities. And there's another thing too. There's another possibility too. Like a certain person's movements bothered me, but I put that out of my mind. I think her, like, nice background music. What's up, Recast? What's up, Cliff? Yeah, the music's pretty cool in this game for sure. It's good at setting the tone. It's just a trivial thing. Well, see, here's the thing. She showed up and she was bleeding. She was bleeding. Why was she bleeding? We get on the elevator. The door is not locked. She just jumped up from the bed and ran out, apparently. So she didn't, it doesn't look like the door was ripped open or anything, or anybody, there was no tampering with the door. Kagure, stay watch, okay? Oh, got it, Chief. Okay, you open the door carefully. We stop at the entrance. Darkness is around, the whole room's dark. It sounds quiet, I can't hear anything. Look at the skylines you can see, that's pretty nice looking. Nice looking. If somebody was inside, they'd be holding their breath. When he was inside here, they'd have to be holding their breath. Kagure, turn the lights on. Be careful. I fumble around for a light switch. Chief, anytime. So what, hold on, so it takes a while and then we finally feel something and then we press it. Ah, nice, okay, we turn the lights on. What's out there? What's out the window? Looks like a dock or something, but I guess not. There's, I don't know, why would our apartment building, I guess we're on like the second or third floor, I guess, right? I think the second or third, well, holding their breath. If there was somebody here, they'd be holding their breath. I don't think there actually is anybody in here, though. Who's here? Kagura yells out. I don't see anybody in the room though. And the window is still shut. So what happened was she said that there was somebody under her bed. And she had run outside to us. So we were staking out, so we were confused. We were staking out outside. And the lady we were watching, she ran out outside like in her like a robe. It was like a robe. And her hands are bloody though. Her hands are bloody, and she said, in my bed. Eventually, for a long time she couldn't talk, and eventually she says, in my bed, under my bed, Okano is under my bed, which is her dead, she's her dead cousin, okay? She's her dead cousin, who was stabbed to death in front of her. We saw her too, though. We had just napped in the car for a second, and we saw her too. She popped up in front of us and said, have you found him yet? And we were like, huh? And we didn't see her right away. We just see like a little girl that says, walk up. And it goes, have you found him yet? And we're like, huh? And she goes, have you found the person who killed me? So what I'm curious about now, is this little girl, like, if we go the supernatural route, is the little girl's ghost still around then? Like, it has to be, right? Like, you're not just imagining it. And if that's the case, does that give us any clues? Does that give us any clues? The covers of her bed are like a mess, half off. The room is half clean from earlier. Maybe it could be hiding somewhere. Be careful, Chief. Oh no, I'm telling him. It could be hiding somewhere. Be careful. Oh, okay. We split up to search the room. Chief, there's nobody here. Kagura tells me from the living room. I don't see anybody either. Soga yells out, searching the bathroom and the toilet. Okay, that's the building manager. So I look. I saw a shadow under the bed, right? And so I proceed carefully to see, but I don't see any traces of anybody. But, what do you mean but? What do you mean but? Come in here, guys. What did I see? I'm just staring underneath the bed. There, I see a mess of feathers and covered in blood. Wait a second. Hold on, wait a second. Hold on, wait a second. Okay, hold on, wait a second. The detective said, sorry, we looked in his notebook, right? His notebook about the Jack of Flowers killer. And in the notebook, there was also reports of animals being mutilated and murdered. There's a little bird's corpse that's been mutilated. Okay, did she do this though? Hold on. Hold on. Doesn't this mean she did this though? She mutilated a little bird? Why'd she do that? What's wrong with this woman? It wasn't cut with a knife. Probably mutilated by hand. Probably twisted by hand. It was twisted. It says, the verb is to be twisted, to be distorted, to be mangled. Oh yeah, mangled. The bird's body's mangled. She had to do this then though, right? Is she nuts? And how does that connect to the thing before? Huh. This is all kinds of weird. Okay. I think her cousin lives in her head. I think. That's my theory. But then what does that have to do with these birds? I don't know. The bird, the mangled bird, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Kagure hastily covers his mouth with his hand. Mai had blood on her hands. Was it this bird's blood? Soga nods as I say that. So was there anything like this before? Okay, so Soga says he's worried about Mai and he goes back to the building manager room, and Kagure is looking around the apartment. It says he'll look around the apartment. He leaves. So I'm just standing there. I look around the room again. I look anywhere. I look around for any kind of other signs of the murder of the mangled bird in any of the other rooms. There's no traces. Nor is any trace of someone breaking in. And then as I'm doing that, Kagura comes back. Apparently there wasn't anybody suspicious. We need to talk to Mai herself. We need to go down to the building manager room. Bro. What is going on? Okay, it seems like, Mai's got a hold of herself a bit more, right? Trying to distract her, she's got a TV on with some talk show. And Mai and Soga are waiting there. Who's gonna clean out the dead bird? Looking around the little place, it almost looks like a real father and daughter. They might be. I don't know yet. Mai, are you okay? Yeah. I was just told that no one was there. Okay. Soga has a sigh of relief hearing the answer from Kagure that no one was there. You can see he's worried. Well, you seem to have calmed down, right? How are you feeling, Mai? I'm so confused, bro. Why would a dead bird be in there? She's just staring at the TV. Oh, okay, so Mai isn't talking at all still. But her eyes aren't looking at the TV. I don't think she's looking anywhere in this world. Yeah, I don't know what is up with this lady anymore, to be honest with you. Her lifeless eyes slowly moved and caught me and Kagure. It's like she just slowly looks towards us. Mai, there's nothing wrong with your room. We searched the whole thing, and there wasn't anything suspicious. Wait a second. There was something pretty suspicious. He's leaving out the part. We're leaving out the part with the little bird. Listen, our first priority is to calm her down. We don't want to scare her. We don't know if she even saw it in the first place. She definitely did. She had bloody hands. Why were her hands bloody? We told her nothing was wrong. She blinked. She slowly blinked twice. And then shook her head like without any strength behind it. Just like... There was definitely somebody there. There was definitely something there. We should tell her about the bird, maybe. Because, like, she definitely felt something, right? So you don't tell her about the thing. She's gonna think, like... Mai, can you tell us more about it? Can you tell us more about it? I sat in front of Mai and talked as kindly as I could. Is she finally coming back to reality? She's drinking, she's clutching a teacup and she starts speaking. A teacup that's no longer steaming. I saw Wakana in my dream again. Yeah, okay. Wakana? Yeah. It was like a long time ago. We were at the park we used to go to. And I was on the swing. Wakana was... Well, she just jumped off the swing and she went somewhere. Well, it seems like she's ruminating over the events of her dream. Soga nods along with her as she's every word she's saying, worried about her. Like Agure, is taking notes from her everything she says from her dream. Taking notes. When I looked over there, I didn't know where Wakana had gone. So I went to search for her. I kept calling her name. And I saw her come out of the darkness, but she had her face down. Oh, I saw her just like that too. She was saying something weird. She stops talking. Something weird? I didn't even mean... without even thinking, I asked her to continue. Well, she said, you haven't found it? You haven't seen it yet? That's what she asked. That's the same thing she asked us. My heart stopped for a second. I feel like my heart was going to jump out of my chest. That's the exact same thing she asked us, bro. In our dream. I was afraid to ask what would happen next. So, and then... So is the ghost is real? And her voice, it sounded like it would almost fade away. I asked in a voice that almost faded away. I asked her what. I didn't find what. And when I did, he looked up and said, "The person that killed me." And her face was covered in blood. Both Kagure and Soga were at a loss for words. But They didn't have the shock that I had felt there. They didn't have nearly as big a shock as I did. Because that was my dream, too. It comes back to me, the girl from the dream. That's what you saw? You saw a dream like that? Why did we see it too, though? He tried to, he obviously was trying to lighten the mood, but it didn't work. Her expression was still the same. Listen, I know it wasn't just a dream. Kana's trying to contact me from the other world, from beyond. She wants me to find him. She wants, she wants me to, oh wait, hold on, what? She wants me to kill him. 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 She wants her to kill him. You said it so calmly. She wants me to kill him? Even Mr. Soga had a somber look on his face. Well, and then you ran out of the room? Kagura is asking for his memo, for his notes. But my said no. No, that's not what happened. Huh? But I stopped writing. Well, that's where I woke up. And I was relieved it was a dream. So then I heard a sound under the bed. Sound? I asked without thinking about it again. Somebody was there. That's what I thought. And so I carefully, slowly went to look under the bed. What did she find down there? Because we know it's down there. It was a dead bird. Right, are you getting timed out by the thing? Or are you guys getting timed out? Or is it just a random thing? But I know, Cabron was saying he got timed out. I don't know if you guys are getting timed out. If you're getting timed out, I have to increase the thing. I don't know if Chris changed any of that when he made the update. Because I don't think it used to time people out. I'm going to have to look at that. Yeah, it was. Huh. Okay. Well, we'll have to fix that then. Because multiple people are getting timed out when they're on their phone, I think. I think whatever ping thing. It must have been added. I think. Because I don't think I don't think it used to do that. You just have to make it like not time out the first thing or like wait longer or something. Make that not do that. I did the 5 times thing. It seems fine so far, or it just stops. Okay. Yeah, well, I think what's happened. Cabron told me what happened with him. And he got a message. I think it's like asking, like doing a thing to check if you're still there, and like if it times out, it cuts you off. We have to make that less annoying, like less restrictive or whatever. I'll look at it later. I can definitely fix that. It's not a timeout. Oh, it's not a timeout message. I think it's probably the same thing though, even if it doesn't give you a message. What does it do? It just you don't get any new messages. Huh. I assume it still could be the same thing though, even if it doesn't send you the message. Like I gotta check. I'm gonna check into it. I'll figure it out. It's gotta be something like that. She said, as she said that, she climbed on all fours. Like this. And I saw a Kana there. Kagure drops his pencil. Mm-hmm. She saw Wakanda looking up at her like that. She's according to her story, when she looked in the darkness, she saw a strange eye, bloodshot eye. And Maya looked at the eye, and they opened wide, and then she yelled and ran out of the room. Okay, so was it really a bird? Just play button. Oh, the play button comes back up? Okay. Huh. So like it pauses the video? I mean, so like it reloads it? Okay, that might be my bad then. It's similar thing for both things though, then. That might be my bad though. Hmm. Getting everything work perfect on mobile is a little weird because it's you know, it's not as reliable as desktop. Okay, I'll look into that. Thank you for the information. I'll just, you know, sorry. It's my bad probably. I gotta look at the player and I gotta look at the chat and see if I can make it less like strict, and then that'll hopefully fix it. I haven't done it again until I did the 5 times. Well, that's good. That's good. But there might just be like a matter of luck at this point. Like before it was because I updated it. Is why the 5 times thing was supposed to fix it. Now you're clearing your cache, which might help, you know, depending. It might help, but it's also possible it's just like luck too. Like, you know, it's also possible. So either way, I probably gotta fix it, is what I'm saying. Probably gotta fix it. But I'm glad it's holding on. Check out the scan board. Get cards, get scanned. Freaking scan board. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make some changes to the scan board, but I was gonna talk about I'm talking about that later. I'm making some big changes. Well, we have to make some big changes. I'm thinking we take out the pack bonus, the bonus for getting packs, I think, or at least crank it down to almost nothing. And then but then we will get a bonus for redeems and for gambling, and those are coming soon. Redeems and gambling will add a bonus to the pack thing. And then I'm also going to recalculate the pool. I'm thinking like I think the pool should be 100 points per like person playing, person that's voted. I think that's how we should do the prize pool instead of this. And then a percentage of redeems and betting. We'll go to it. That was Wakana. Wakana came out from my dreams. Yeah, but it was actually a dead bird, man. A dead bird. There's no way, Maya. That's impossible. I'm sure you're okay. It's just you're tired. Uh-huh. You started crying? Oh no. Mrs. Soga tried to calm her down, but her shoulders were shaking and she was crying again. Well, this is pretty creepy. Jeez. We saw the same dream too, though. So her ghost, the ghost of her cousin, is around. But here's the thing: how do we know if that ghost is Wakana or Mai? Is what I don't know. Even though she didn't see her face clearly, she was convinced it's Wakana. Maybe she saw the bird's eye, I guess, because there's a dead bird under her bed that was all mangled. I didn't hear anything else. I couldn't hear anything else from my after that. I asked about the blood on their hands. It didn't even know it was there. It doesn't seem like she noticed the dead bird at all. Most likely, when she got on all fours to look under the bed, she probably didn't notice it then. But hold on, that's probably when she got the blood on her hand. Yeah, okay, because she said she like got on all fours to look under the bed. Like she got down to look under it. That's probably when she got the blood on her hands. But why was the bird all messed up? And then while Kagure is making notes, he says, well, we've confirmed that it is safe today, so you can relax. Really? She's clearly not. She's still anxious. I suggested to her, well, if you're worried, maybe you can call a friend or something to stay with you. Yeah, okay. I could. Wait, what friend is she gonna call exactly? And how do we know? I don't know. What if the friend turns out to be the murder? So after hearing, then I hear her on the phone explaining it to her friend. I thought about it. The suspicious person under the bed. The door wasn't opened. The room wasn't trashed. Hold on again. Who was there really a suspicious person there? Or was it an illusion she made up, caused by her fear? Oops, why did it go on like that? Oh, and what about that dead bird? And her dream was just like the dream I saw. So, what was, hold on, what was that? Corrosion of the dream? I don't know, there's too many mysteries here. Too many things that don't make sense. So her female friends came by taxi. She is a Aikido? What? Aikido teacher? Okay. So it's some character we've never heard of, is what you're saying? Apparently this is the friend she had called. Okay, we go back to the car. We ask if anybody needs anything, and then we go back to the car. Well, hopefully she can sleep well tonight, huh? Yeah. What if she ends up murdering her friends? What if she... what if she murders her friends like that bird? I don't know. What if she murdered that bird and she murders her friends now? I mean, maybe I'm jumping to conclusions here, but in reality, there's things you can do to protect yourself from fear, but in your dreams, what can you do? Thinking about it, well, it doesn't matter what the dream is. There's not a deep meaning. Maybe she's unconsciously pleading for something in her dreams, or the problem is, why did you see that dream now? I think it's that one, because I saw the same dream, right? Apparently you can say either of these ones. Either she's pleading something or yeah, hold on. Okay, so if I open these, I'm trying to see if I need the courage. That end. Okay, no, it looks like we're fine to use the courage. Okay. Well then I'm gonna go with, why is she seeing the dream now? Is she seeing the dream now? What, like, why would she see that weird ass dream right now with a bird there? Why did I see the same one? I'll leave the deep analysis to a pro, but why did she see a dream like that now? Like, yes, it reminds her of the past, of the stalker and everything, right? Was that all the did it all start from there? And I looked at the entrance of the apartment, and then me and Kaguri both look at the door and then at her apartment window. That night, her lights were on all the way until morning. Yeah, she didn't turn them off at all. That makes sense, actually. Right? She went, if she went to sleep, she went to sleep with the lights on. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. A lot of sense. The next day, Mai didn't go outside at all, so we just took turns watching. Just a normal day. Oh, here's the guy came by. Kusakabe. Came by to see her. Her expression always looks more gorgeous, we're saying. I think. More nice than normal. And her expression always looks nicer when she's talking to Mr. Kusakabe. Sure. But maybe because of how they met the first time, but so Mr. Soga does not like Mr. Kusakabe. Doesn't seem to think too highly of him. Yeah, but they were childhood friends or something. What are you gonna do? When he came, he even tried to get him out of here for some reason. But when he saw Mai's face, he stopped. He didn't say anything else. Well, it seems like somehow Mr. Soga approves of it now. But thanks to Kusakabe, Mai's at least smiling a little bit. I mean, how can you complain once you see that? No, I mean, honestly, I'm jealous. Does Kagure say that? Yeah, he does. He says it like they're leaning on the handle, holding the handle, like leaning forward. Well, I hope nothing happens today. Yeah, for the sake of the two young people. I hope so. So he gets himself up back from the steering wheel. Wait, what was that sound? Huh? Yeah, what was that sound? Yeah, what was that sound? That sound was kind of weird. So he opens the window and looks around. There's no one there. Well, There's a bag cut on the tire. I'm kind of scared about what this could be. It looks like a switch had been turned on for Kagure's fear factor. He's scared now. He's furrowing his brow. And he's got a scary look on his face. Actually, the sound now made me think of something, remember something. What? Well, there was this couple that stopped while driving. They stopped their car to buy juice. And they left the girlfriend and the boyfriend went out. But, the boyfriend didn't come back for a while, and the girlfriend got worried. And she heard a dragging sound from the ceiling. Yeah! I don't know why the timing lined up like that, but thought the windshield was gonna break. Windshield was gonna. I opened the passenger side window. When I do, a crow went flying over the car. Kagure? You see that crow? A crow? What's going on with the crow? Bro, what is happening? Is this car cursed now? What's that noise? And what, huh? Kagure behind the handle was crunched up, hiding himself. It seems like the crows took away some food scraps. What, that bag was on the top of the car? Okay, so we're saying the crow did it? What's on the top of the car, though? Is there something there? Oh, I see. He seems relieved finally, and opens the door. But when he looks at this roof of the car again, he yells again. Yeah, yeah. What? But I wasn't done with it. I haven't paid off the loan yet. I haven't paid this car off yet. Okay, so what happened? The crow flew by with some kind of like bag of something, and that scraped on the roof. It's, okay. Weird. Weird. Okay. It's nighttime by the time Kusakabe leaves. And apparently Mai said she's gonna go out and do fortune telling. What? She wants to do fortune telling now? I tried to say no after what happened yesterday, but she wouldn't hear of it. Listen, I have to go. It's for Wakana. This is again what she dresses up like for fortune telling. She dresses up like this. Why? I just don't know why she dresses up like this. But she does. She's almost like a crow herself now. It almost looks like a crow herself now. When we asked about it before, she said the reason she does the fortune telling, so she doesn't forget about her link with Volcana. And she thinks it may be if she meets the guy that was the Jack of Flowers killer, she'll remember him. That's what she's gambling on anyway, even if it's a little gamble. Right, so she thinks she'll recognize him. But if she recognizes him, then what? Hey, he did it? Oh, thank you for the sub cool ice. I don't know if you're around, bro. Just the auto sub. I would appreciate that. I got some people that still sub on Kick. It's very nice of them. Very nice of them. Okay, I tried to say no, but she got a black bag and was already leaving. So we just have to, I mean, what can we do? He's gonna do it. So, we watched her again. Again, no customers showed up. No customers at all? Wait a second. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. When we first saw this guy, okay, he came up to her, right? And he was asking all those questions like, what's the saddest thing that happened? And then he started yelling, right? At a ghost. At a little girl. In the shadows. Was that her? Did he see Wakona? Do you guys remember that? He like started yelling, leave me alone, or something like that. So wait a second. Because he's dead, is she haunting us now? Was she haunting him this whole time? And now that she's dead, she's haunting us now? We kind of saw her. There was another little girl, and maybe it was her. But like when we first fell asleep, a little girl was like hide and seek, and then jumped on the windshield, right? Was that her? Or was that different? Or what? We watched her the whole time, and yeah, nobody came out, so she had to close up shop. We just spent all day there sitting on the thing. That's kind of sad. I don't know what to make of that. I kind of feel sad about that. I kind of feel sad she does that every day. After we dropped her back off, we received a call, and that we went to Atomi's hospital. Oh, okay. We're going to, oh, I see. We asked Atomi to look at the eyeball that we found at Eyes. Okay, so that's what we're... Excuse us? Well, you guys are here quick, huh? He comes to greet us. So, you got the... Are you done with the results of the eyeball? Well, it's just like you thought. The eyeball belongs to Nogami Kazushi. Right? So it's this guy's eyeball, yeah. It is this guy's eyeball. That was what we found in the vase. Okay. Well, now what? What else does that mean? Why was it... Who killed him and put her... Somebody killed him and put the eyeball in the vase, right? That person exists. Who would that be? Who would that person be? Did that? Her expression doesn't change at all. It looks tense. What does that mean? I got a reaction from the eyeball. A living reaction from the eyeball. It was taken out while it was alive. Oh, he didn't kill him and take the eyeball out. The person, they ripped the eyeball out while he was alive. What? So, me and Kamoizumi, as she says that, look at the eyeball. Look into the eyes. Look into the eyeball. Kagure covers his mouth with both hands. He's just looking. So, okay. So the eyeball, that's different from the murderer, though, right? The Jack of Flowers. The Jack of Flowers guy, he murdered people, right? I mean, he murdered them first, right? And then took the eyeball out. Well, there was some traces still of taking the eyeball out. And from the left side. What do you think this tells you? I don't know. She's smiling a little bit as me and Kamo Izumi look at each other. She has a meaningful smile on. Like she's telling it like it means something. There's something we're supposed to guess. There's something we're supposed to guess. It seems like Kamo Izumi figures it out and smiles back. What is that? What are we supposed to figure out here? I looked back and forth at them and I nodded. Do you get it? What do you know? Oh, sorry, what do you know? Kagure asks. What do you guys know? Hello? Hitomi and Kamo Izumi look at each other and sigh. Okay, come on, for Kagure. Come on, look. She pushes Kagure's head closer to the eyeball. What does that mean? To the eyeball? He's getting close to the eyeball? What does he mean? What are we missing looking at this eyeball? So, looking, forced to look at it, his eyes open wide, like his eyes are going to spill out. It's, Lieutenant? I can see without this. So, Kagure, desperately looks. Yeah, what happened? What's the deal? Look into the eyes, even though he looks like he's about to faint. So, can you tell? The left eyeball has shorter nerves than the right. What? Is that true? Is that a thing? I can't see something like that. Come on. Give me a break. Trying to save Kagure, I answer him. In other words, Kagure, they're left-handed. What? How do we know that from the eyeball? I understand. So, I gotta get out of here. He runs off to the toilet. The inspector and Hitomi look like, oh geez, and watch him like. He was left-handed? Well, it says use the left. It could mean like the eyeball, but I'm still kind of confused. Okay, so it's shorter. What did we learn? I'm confused. Okay, the left eye. The nerves are shorter than the right. Then it says, and then we tell them that it's left-handed. Left use is what it means. The culprit, though, not him. I don't get how we know that. Do we mean the nerves like they're cut? The way they're cut? The left one is shorter than the right one? Like the cut nerves, like from the back of the eyeball? And we're saying that would mean that the person's right-handed is the left side. Hold on. If you're gonna cut, oh, I see. Yeah, right. Imagine like cutting something, right? The thing closer to you would be shorter, right? Is that what we're saying? So it's his left eyeball. You pull it out, and then you cut it. Then the left side, the left part of the nerve, would be shorter than the right. If you're cutting from the left side, if you're cutting from the right side, the right one would be short. Yeah, okay. I don't know why they did that, or like why they explain it that way, but okay. That's what they're saying, right? Let me make sure. Just stare at this freaking eyeball and stuff. What does she ask? She goes, there's some remains of getting gouged out. Not only that, from the left side. So, going from that, can you guess something? Oh yeah, the remains of the left out coming from the left side. Everybody figures it out. Okay. So there's traces of it being ripped out, and then it goes. Then she goes from the left side, right? So that means the left side of yanking the eyeball out. So that would be, again, left-handed is what you would if you were using your left hand, it would be from the left side. If you're using your right hand, it would be from the right side. Right? Okay. It means somebody yanked it out. And then they bring up the nerve ending things. And I guess that's just like, okay, sure, that makes enough sense. At first, I thought there was only one thread with the my stalker, but now I know there's at least two. It's an elaborate combination, 2 threads. We have the stalker and the JOF culprit. What kind of answers wait at the end of that one? Right, so it's really 2 threads. The eyeball separated from its owner with its cloudy cornea, stares out into space. Okay. So the person's left-handed that ripped his eye out. Because it was pulled out from the left side. That's what she says. So we head out to the hospital's parking lot. It's a really wide parking lot. Not much light, it's dark. We're all speechless since we heard her report. I'm looking up at the night sky. Not a single star. Not the moon. No moon. Not a single star. It's cloudy, just like our hearts. And then it begins to rain before our eyes. We're walking. Yeah, we're walking here. It was drizzling enough that it was a little difficult. It wasn't yet difficult enough, too much to walk through yet. But Inspector Kazumi gets out an umbrella from her bag. Kazami, Kagure, please look at the weather report. Please check the weather forecast. Kagure pulls out a handkerchief and puts it over his head. A handkerchief? A handkerchief? What do you think that's gonna do, bro? Quite a comical sight there. Yeah, that's stupid. What are you doing? Handkerchief. Shut up. Kamo Izumi, the inspector, opens her umbrella with a smug look on her face, and then, we hear the sound of it of cloth ripping, right? You heard that? Ah, wait, what? Hold on, cloth ripping. The next moment, we could tell what was ripping through the umbrella. Somebody had cut through Kamo Izumi's umbrella. Ay. Okay. We knock her out of the way. That's number one. We yell for Kagure. We body tackle the guy. What does the thing say here? We knock her out of the way. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's the most logical, I guess. Let's knock her out of the way. So she doesn't get stabbed out. Watch out! We tackle her out of the way. Of the guy stabber. Well, that's crazy. The guy just comes out of nowhere when she's pulling her umbrella out and stabs through her umbrella. That's pretty wild, honestly. I push her out of the way. My arm is burning, and burning is running through my arm. Did he cut my arm? I guess he did. I guess he did. The umbrella fell to the ground. Kamo Izumi got knocked over, and then her umbrella falls to the ground, and she restayed herself. She looks around the area with sharp eyes. However, there were many lights out there, and it's nighttime. Dark night road. Well, we're not even on the road, we're in a party lot. We have no idea who's attacking us, but we saw the person in like a black raincoat. Completely covered in a black raincoat. I couldn't make out his face or anything. Oh, this is just like what happened to when he killed the... If this is the same guy, this is the same thing that happened when he killed the girl, right? This is why she couldn't see his face, because he had a black raincoat on like this. Did he always attack people in the rain, you think? Okay, well anyways. You couldn't make him out anything, really. Because he's wearing a giant black raincoat. Ironically, the only thing you can make out is the silver light on his blade. Izumi and me as well. We're both nervous from the attack from the light. Kagure barrels forth bravely. I can hear the knife hitting the ground. Good job, Kagure. So he runs into the guy, I guess, right? Disarms him. When I hear the sound of him getting away. Wait! Kagure is about to chase after him. But he disappears in the darkness. You Kagure's not happy with that. He said it makes a sigh of frustration. But he has something in his hand. Kagure? When I ask him, I finally notice. Kagure finally notices. When I grabbed him, I grabbed this when I was trying to grab him. Seems like it's his hood. Yeah, it's a black raincoat hood. Well, Kagure got the top of him. I mean, got his hood. What can we do with this? We should get it out of the rain, maybe. He got it off and he ran away. If only I'd seen his face. Kagure just wishes he saw his face, but when he saw me, his face changed though. Uh-oh, am I stabbed? Chief! Uh-oh, I am, aren't I? I'm stabbed. Huh? Kazami, your arm! Uh-oh. I had a feeling it pointed at my arm. We said it burned right after we shoved her out of the way. Yeah, blood's running down my arm. I didn't notice with everything, but he had cut my arm. It's not bad. Bro. Looks kind of gross. It's not a big deal. Well, you say it's not a big deal, but Kagure, looking at the blood, kind of loses his footing a little bit. And he falls to his knees. Relax, Kagure, okay? I'm fine. Alright? Where did all his courage go? It was there 2 seconds ago. The handkerchief falls off. Or, sorry, no, pick up a fallen handkerchief from the ground. No, sorry, I don't. Kamo Izumi does, the comrade. And she puts it on his head. Right. Okay. Yeah, that's the right move to do, yes. That is the correct thing to do in this situation. Well, better than nothing. That is the correct thing. It's better than nothing. She puts things at your back. Okay. Wait, hold on. She picks up the handkerchief from the ground. Oh no, she doesn't put it back on his head. Hold on, I got that wrong. She goes, it says it is the one that was on his head. And then she goes, it's better than nothing. Right? Okay, and then she takes the handkerchief and she wraps it around my arm. Right, because we're bleeding and stuff, right? sure. She wraps around my arm to stop the bleeding. Sure, my blood is seeping into his handkerchief. Kagura looks like he's getting sick again. I don't know if it'll work, it'll help at all. The cut umbrella or Kagura. She sighs and she looks at Kagura and picks up the broken umbrella, the cut umbrella. Huh. That's kind of crazy, right? We're just walking back. Why is the person attacking us, though? And why did they think they'd kill all three of us? Or what was the deal there? I shielded my arm as I approached the knife that the culprit had dropped. Look at that thing. It was an army knife, a sharp army knife. It had a silver-looking blade, and it was dirtied by blood. Yeah, my blood. That's my blood on it. My blood. Now, before the rain would wash it off, I picked it off. Yeah, we gotta hide it somewhere, right? And we gotta get it out of the rain. I noticed something that looked like a letter that was falling. Maybe just coincidentally dropped? Maybe he dropped it on accident? What does this say? Miyamoto. Don't get any closer to Miyamoto Mai. Don't get any closer to Miyamoto. Don't get any closer to Miyamoto Mai. And it's all written in Kana. Don't get any closer to Miyamoto Mai? Yeah. But does that mean... What the hell? What does that mean? Kazami? Here, look. I show the paper I found. Have the umbrella... Hold the umbrella over it so it doesn't get wet and show it to her. It's smudged ink. Smudged blue ink. And the distinctive letters look familiar. It's the same thing that was written on the... It's the same writing that was in the letters that were sent to Mai. So wait, I'm so confused at you. I'm so confused by this case. It's a work of a very vindictive stalker. So we go back to Mai's, or we try to follow the suspicious individual. We're supposed to try to follow the suspicious individual. Okay. Not go talk to Mom. Okay. Alright. We still haven't got to the root split yet. That's crazy. However, the root split seems really short for both of them. Like the end part. It's literally just it's like you have like one giant self-question thing, or I don't know what it is. Just a list of things. I'm not sure how that happened. Then a self-question. There's, I don't know, there's not that much that happens at the end, it looks like. It looks like there's one giant list of things for some reason, and then there's a question, and there's a self-question. That's all there is. Sure. But we're almost at the choice split. We're so close. Alright, yeah, we'll chase after him. I don't know how we're gonna find him, though. I head towards where the footprints disappear. Maybe I'll find him. Maybe I'll find something. There must have been too much time, because when I get there, I don't find anything. And the rain's getting stronger. So I head back to Kagura and kind of resume. We both go back into the hospital for now. You should show Hitomi this army knife, right? Ask her to look at it. Cold from being out in the rain. We should have her look at our arm too, bro. Little giant gash in her arm. Back to where we were before. We went back the same way we came. We went right back into the hospital. Excuse me, Hitomi? We're literally, bro, we're literally bleeding right now. We're literally bleeding right now. She was sitting there reading a book at her desk when she looks up at us. Bro, we're literally bleeding. We should go back in the hospital, yeah. Our arm is literally bleeding. So. Should, yeah. She put her book down on her table. What happened, Junior? Did something happen, Junior? Dr. Shigebu, I'm sorry, but a bit of a yeah, sorry to bother you so much. It doesn't bother me. What is it? I want you to look at this, Hitomi. What about my arm, by the way? Are we gonna bring up my arm? It's a giant gash. Craggy probably. But we do, bro, on our arm. We have like, okay, so what happened was we shoved the lady out of the way, right? And then cut our arm open, and we're like, hey, can you look at this army knife? Okay, we have a bigger problem. I guess we don't care about that. I show her the army knife. It's still got blood on it. I think it's my blood. But there's a possibility there's other blood on it too. And she looks at she glances at the wound on my arm. Now, they might have the criminal might be injured too from when Kagure counterattacked him. From Kagure's assault. And then when she notices it, Hitomi is staring at my injured arm. Left-handed. You can tell from that? Yeah. From the angle he cut you. It's easy enough. You see. Oh, so she's not looking at it to help me or anything. She's not looking at it to help me. She's looking at it. She's looking at it to check the angle. Left-handed. I see. Okay, so that's the same person that gouged out the eyeball then. That person that attacked us is the same guy that gouged out the eyeball, is what we're saying. I mean, it makes sense now that I think about it. A scar would be... A left-handed scar would be the opposite of what it would look like if you swung with the right hand. Yeah, I guess so, right? So it's the person that took out the eyeball also is left-handed. This guy. Well, we have I see a ray of light now. We're looking for a left-handed person, right? That narrows down the suspects. Duchovny looks at my arm, combs her hair to the side, and smiles and says, well, now we got blood and fingerprints. I'll check those out tonight. I'm sorry for keeping you. I'm sorry for giving you so much work. Thank you. No, thank you. Well, we all bow together. All three of us bow. Well, I'll call you when I'm done, okay? But before that, she opens up a cabinet and gets a little first aid box out. Right, I was gonna say, first, we need to treat your wound, Junior. It's been a long time since I worked on a living person. Okay. It's been a long time since I've dealt with a living person, but I think I can handle this. I don't think I'll accidentally let you die. Well, I'd rather not die. Thank you. See, I was gonna say, she's a doctor. But YouTube keeps pausing. Yeah, I was having a riot too. I gotta fix it. It is kind of the phone, but it is kind of me too. I miss the website too a little bit. The website checks, like, I thought I fixed it. I thought I made it delay longer. I'll fix it though. What's happening is, like, the website, like, checks, right? And also seems like coding a little bit. I'm dropping a shit ton of frames, actually. How come? Right now. I'm dropping a million frames. It says the coding's overloaded. Go on. Hold on. One second. It says I dropped 25% of my frames. What does that start happening? I'm sorry. I don't know, it might be unwatchable right now. I didn't notice that was happening. I don't know why it's happening either. But it says... OBS says... Oh, the game is like... OBS says encoding overloaded. Where my phone is just dying. Yeah, mine's all fucked. I'm doing nothing but dropping frames. So... It says encoding's overloaded, but I don't know if that's really it. It's like... I mean, I've never had this happen before, where it just says overloaded like that. It's tripping? Yeah. See what I can do, if I can do anything. Turn down the bitrate a bunch. Does that help? I don't think so, because I don't think that's actually the problem. I don't know what the problem is. He's pausing. You sound fine? Well, yeah, I'm dropping a million frames. I'm just gonna, it must be my internet, right? Okay, well, I'll turn off the stream for now, I guess. I'll be back on later. This is fine enough for, like, pause. I don't know what the problem is. I'll be back later, though, guys. Alright, have a good day, etc., etc., etc. If I don't see you. I'm doing nothing but dropping frames, so just turn it off for now, and I'll figure it out, and I'll be back later, maybe. Alright, later, guys. I don't know if you can see this.